Chapter 11:11. Tan Dongbang's expression changed, and his hands clenched into fists. If they weren't on stage and he wasn't off stage, he really would have thrown a punch. It was obvious how much Gu Nianji had angered Tan Dongbang to be able to make a self-proclaimed, cultured and refined person throw a punch at her. Kai Songyin and Tan Guiren were both dumbfounded by what they saw. "Mommy, what's going on with Daddy? Can't you let Speaker Long finish?" Tan Guiren was at a loss, but she also felt that her daddy's words made sense. How could he say someone cheated just because they cheated? He had to at least give a reason, right? Kai Songyin, on the other hand, had a guilty conscience. She knew that the first time was fishy, but she felt that it wasn't that far off. After all, she was quite experienced in media publicity. She hadn't earned her reputation as a she-devil in the media for so many years for nothing. Yes, it's so embarrassing. Kai Songyin pouted. She truly planned to divorce Tan Dongbang once this farce was over, and she was sure he couldn't make a comeback. They were childhood friends and years of love, but their feelings had been completely eroded when they saw the video of Tan Dongbang fooling around with Gu Yanran. Kai Songyin looked at Tan Dongbang's back as he stood below the podium and was very impatient. She didn't understand why Tan Dongbang still hadn't given up. However, Tan Dongbang glared at Gu Nianji, who was standing beside Speaker Long on the podium. He was extremely regretful for his slip of the tongue. Fortunately, he hadn't said it. Although Gu Nianji had taken advantage of the situation, Tan Dongbang still denied it and seized on the loophole in Gu Nianji's words. "Haha, Miss Gu, you're also a lawyer, right? Didn't you learn in school that you can't frame someone for something they didn't say?" Tan Dongbang was being shameless. Anyway, he hadn't said the last sentence. Gu Nianji had said it all. "Do you know what it means to frame someone if you want to frame them?" He was saying that Gu Nianji had purposely made up an excuse to frame him. Gu Nianji had originally wanted to rebuke Tan Dongbang and have him stay quiet. She wanted him to not publicly fight with Speaker Long and save the country some face in front of the people of the world. Tan Dongbang was probably taking advantage of the fact that this was a live broadcast and was certain that the Senate and Speaker Long wanted to save face. They wouldn't be able to violently silence him in front of the entire world, so he was increasingly fearless. Gu Nianji was filled with anger when she thought about this. She had already shown some mercy, but she didn't expect Tan Dongbang to still refuse to let it go. He even wanted to pick on her. Since that was the case, then don't blame me for driving a dog into a dead end. Gu Nianji adjusted the Bluetooth headset she was wearing. The staff of the Senate would always wear a Bluetooth headset during important events to facilitate communication. She put down her hand, her eyes flashing as she said, "When did I frame you? Did you forget what I said just now?" "What I said was, that must be the result of our secret operation, right? Therefore, from Mr. Tan's point of view, only when you are elected will it be an open, fair election. Otherwise, it's all done behind the scenes, isn't it?" Every sentence is a question. You can answer yes or no. "How did I frame you?" "Mr. Tan, you also studied law and have been the Minister of Justice for many years. How did you get to the position of Minister of Justice with your legal skills?" Gu Nianji's tone was mocking, but the expression on her face was incredibly sweet and natural. It made it impossible for anyone to feel ill just by looking at her face. They only felt that Tan Dongbang was too much to be bossy around a girl who was even younger than his daughter. The corner of Tan Dongbang's mouth twitched. He finally remembered that Gu Nianji was also someone who had been to court before. Whether it was suing Bai Jini for Song Jinning's incident, going to court for the German female exchange student's lawsuit, or fighting Gu Yanran for the family inheritance, she had never lost. He really couldn't underestimate someone like her just because she was young. Tan Dongbang collected his thoughts and began to take Gu Nianji seriously. He adjusted his bow tie, and his expression was much more natural. He immediately brought Gu Nianji back to the topic she had diverted. He said in a low voice, "Since Miss Gu has made things clear, then I will make things clear as well. What I meant just now was that Speaker Long said that there was a problem with the votes last time and that there was cheating. Then please show me the evidence. If you don't have evidence, then don't say that it was cheating last time." Tan Dongbang had to clarify the matter of the cheating last time because he was already feeling vaguely uneasy. Although he had heard the news and that expert had told him that he should have won the second interim election. But why would Speaker Long bring up the matter of the cheating last time? That was truly too puzzling. Tan Dongbang didn't want to sit around and wait for death, so he chose to stand up and fight it out in front of everyone. Unfortunately, Speaker Long didn't respond to him. The person he was fighting with now was a small Senate staff member. Even if he won the argument, he wouldn't have much face left. Tan Dongbang looked at Gu Nianji on the podium with a dark expression. He had already secretly made up his mind that once this storm was over and he returned to his position as Prime Minister, the first person he would severely suppress would be Gu Nianji. Getting rid of her would not only make room for his daughter, but it would also let those people see the consequences of going against him. Gu Nianji had rushed onto the podium. She could suppress Tan Dongbang's arrogance with words, but in terms of election cheating, she really didn't know what the actual situation was. She only knew that Hong Kongwan had stuffed 4 lines of extremely advanced and hard-to-discover AI programming language into the central control room system. These 4 lines of AI programming language had tampered with the system's program to hide some important information. But she wasn't completely clueless. If the cheating in the last election had only been discovered after they dug up these 4 lines of AI programming language, then could she infer that the evidence of the cheating was in the central control system's monitoring software? Gu Nianji began to ponder. Yin Shixiang sat in the temporary monitoring room of the Senate building and stared unblinkingly at Gu Nianji's tall and calm figure on the monitor. He couldn't help but want to help her out. He first contacted Hu Xiaoheng. "Hu Xiao, should we give Nianji a heads up? There are some things she doesn't know about." Hu Xiaoheng sat below the podium and slowly nodded. He quietly agreed. Yin Shixiang received authorization and immediately connected to Gu Nianji's Bluetooth headset. He said to her, "Nianji, the evidence is in the central control system." Gu Nianji was just thinking about how to answer Tan Dongbang's incredibly sharp question when the Bluetooth headset in her ears suddenly connected. It was Yin Shixiang's voice speaking to her. Although this sentence was short, it confirmed Gu Nianji's suspicions. Gu Nianji suddenly looked up when she heard Yin Shixiang's words. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at Tan Dongbang. Her plump, curvy lips curled into a happy smile, making her appear even more alluring. She looked at Tan Dongbang with a smile and asked again, "Mr. Tan, do you really need evidence? Now? Immediately?" "Yes, I want to see evidence. Now. Immediately," Tan Dongbang said resolutely. He looked indignant as if he wanted to clear his name. Gu Nianji looked at Speaker Long and asked quietly. "Speaker Long, what do you think?" Speaker Long nodded expressionlessly. "Since he wants to see evidence, show him the evidence." He then turned on the multimedia operating system on the podium in front of him and gestured for Gu Nianji to act. Gu Nianji received Speaker Long's authorization and felt greatly reassured. She typed a few times on the keyboard and entered the Senate's computer system to connect to Yin Shixiang's surveillance system. Then she slowly put down a huge white screen on the wall behind her. The entire large conference hall looked like a screening room in a movie theater. Gu Nianji found the evidence program that Yin Shixiang had sent her and typed it out on the large screen. "Everyone, this is the evidence we found of cheating in the last election. Please take a look." After a system search, the entire voting situation from the last election is here. Everyone can look at the original voting data from each province and then look at the original vote count data. It's obvious that there was a problem with the data from 2 provinces. However, a portion of the data was lost. Normally, the system's surveillance program would give an early warning and ask everyone to recount the votes. However, the last surveillance system was implanted with an intelligent language program, so the early warning system was also overridden. As a result, there was an error in the results. This time, we removed the intelligent language program from the surveillance system and discovered that the same error occurred in the vote count this time. However, because the artificial intelligent language program was erased, the system successfully gave an early warning and received the attention of the surveillance personnel. This also caused the surveillance personnel to have reasonable suspicions about the results of the last vote count. Gu Nianji held a laser pointer in her hand as she spoke confidently to the data on the large screen. After a recount, we discovered that the person who won the last election should have been Mr. Bai Jianqing and not Mr. Tan Dongbang, who took advantage of the system. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone roared with laughter. The tense atmosphere in the large conference hall gradually relaxed. However, not many people agreed with her words. Tan Dongbang was the first to cross his arms in disdain. "Ah, that's it. That's your evidence. You still dare to say that it wasn't? If you're out to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. This was clearly a system malfunction. How did it become my fault? Also, what right do you have to say that the warning system was overridden by that language program the first time? Isn't it all up to you? Are you bullying us because we don't understand? Then Mr. Tan means that this was only a system malfunction and had nothing to do with you." Gu Nianji retorted coolly. "But why did Mr. Bai's vote be hidden from the system twice and only your vote be counted? You say there's nothing wrong with such an intelligent system malfunction. Do you think we don't have common sense or intelligence? Then how would I know? That's why it's called a system malfunction." Tan Dongbang looked at Gu Nianji with a grin. His gaze was like a cat catching a mouse. Gu Nianji looked at Tan Dongbang darkly. It wasn't that she didn't admire him. Tan Dongbang's system malfunction had easily erased the evidence they had worked so hard to find. Because no one could understand such a thing. If they couldn't understand it, they would be suspicious and would be led by the nose by Tan Dongbang's words. Gu Nianji was a bit anxious. Fine beads of sweat seeped out of the tip of her delicate nose. And this kind of cheating was indeed a system malfunction. Even Gu Nianji couldn't deny this. It had to be said that the other party had set up a huge trap for them. If they were even slightly careless, they would fall into the other party's trap. This was probably why Tan Dongbang dared to stand up and directly confront Speaker Long for evidence, right? He seemed to be certain that Speaker Long wouldn't be able to produce evidence that would convince everyone, so he put on a pitiful expression of being framed and secretly manipulated. But why was Tan Dongbang so certain? Gu Nianji's mind raced. The 4 lines of intelligent programming language were clearly inserted by Hong Kongquan, so how did Tan Dongbang seem to know about it? Could it be that Hong Kongquan was also colluding with Tan Dongbang? When she thought of this, Gu Nianji suddenly had a flash of inspiration. There must be collusion. Hong Kongquan was directly connected to Kai Songyin, and Tan Dongbang was Kai Songyin's husband, so they were connected. That's it. Evidence. They had a ready-made witness. She didn't need to talk about high-tech intelligent programming language with these people. They clearly had great evidence in their hands. Not only could they prove that Tan Dongbang had cheated in the last election, but they could also kill him with one slap. A smile suddenly appeared on Gu Nianji's face. Her entire body relaxed. She tilted her head to look at Tan Dongbang with a smile. "Mr. Tan, this is a system malfunction, but this system malfunction wasn't caused by the system. It was caused by humans. We have concrete evidence that proves that the system malfunction this time was caused by the wanted director of the Secret Service, Hong Kongquan." As soon as Hong Kongquan's name was announced, everyone in the conference hall and the tens of thousands of viewers in front of their televisions went into an uproar. They really couldn't understand the high-tech evidence that Gu Nianji had just shown them. They were even slightly biased toward Tan Dongbang because everyone had a compassionate heart and would naturally be biased toward the weak. But Hong Kong-kwan was different. In order to capture Hong Kong-kwan and the Japanese spy, Hu Xiaoheng and his men had issued a nationwide arrest warrant. Almost every Huaxia citizen in front of their televisions knew that Hong Kong-kwan had escaped with the Japanese spy. So, Mr. Tan, why would Hong Kong-kwan, a traitor to the enemy, tamper with the system for you? Did you collude with the Japanese spy and instruct Hong Kong-kwan to tamper with the system in order to be elected as the prime minister? Gu Nianji was in for a penny, in for a pound. She had directly tied Tan Dongbang to Hong Kong-kwan and pinned him with the label of a traitor. As soon as Tan Dongbang heard the name Hong Kong-kwan, he was immediately dumbfounded. Could it be that Hong Kong-kwan hadn't successfully escaped? When he thought about how Hu Xiaoheng had just come in unscathed, a chill ran down his spine. His legs trembled, and his entire body swayed. His face was frighteningly pale. He still wanted to quibble, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't make a sound. A sense of fear, as if he was facing a great enemy, made it impossible for him to argue. Seeing this, Hu Xiaoheng immediately instructed a member of the Special Operations Forces to walk in. He flashed his identification and said to Speaker Long, due to the close connection between Tan Dongbang and Hong Kong-chuan's case and the serious threat to national security, we must take him away for investigation. Please approve. This was the first 4,000-word chapter. It was the third night watch today. Everyone's guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes, hurry up and vote. The second night watch at 1 p.m. and the third night watch at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 11-12. Tan Dongbang's vision darkened as he fell to the ground. The Special Operations Forces personnel immediately caught him and pressed down on his arm. They nodded at the military police maintaining order in the Senate and escorted Tan Dongbang out of the Senate conference hall. Kai Songyin watched this scene with a livid expression and suddenly grabbed Tan Gairen's arm. Little darling, let's go. Mommy. What happened to Daddy? Why are they arresting Daddy? Tan Guiren stood up with Kai Songyin in confusion. Hu Xiaoheng watched them leave coldly as he ordered his men to keep an eye on Kai Songyin. Kai Songyin's mind was in a mess and didn't realize someone was following them at all. She only knew that Hong Kong-kwan had been arrested, and now even Tan Dongbang was in jail. She might be in danger too. Little darling, hurry up and pack your things. We're going to the United States together for a while. Kai Songyin was a bit panicked and called her older brother, Kai Sumin, along the way. Kai Sumin didn't pick up her call and immediately bought a ticket back to the United States to leave that day. Kai Xingnan didn't understand why Kai Sumin was in such a hurry to leave. Kai Sumin kept looking at his watch and said uneasily, "Why don't you come back to the United States with me? Your uncle's situation is a bit complicated. There's no future for you if you stay here." Kai Xingnan originally wanted to go back as well, but when she saw Gu Nianji appear next to Speaker Long today and rebuke Tan Dongbang, she would be lying if she said she didn't regret it. She had such a great opportunity to show her face not only in front of Speaker Long but also in front of the entire nation and even the entire world. How could she give it up for a mere appointment letter? She was extremely upset. This was a habit she had developed after working in the United States for many years. Everything had to be signed in black and white first and then they would work for you. Also, when they worked, they would never perform services that exceeded the contract stipulations. But the Huaxia Empire was different. Here, they paid particular attention to work first, so the person you helped would naturally not mistreat you. If they had talked about conditions before, it would most likely have fallen through. Kai Xingnan finally realized this difference and understood that she had given away such a great opportunity just like that. She was very unhappy. She felt that she was better than Gu Nianji in every aspect. The only thing she was lacking was that she hadn't been in the Huaxia Empire for so many years and was somewhat unfamiliar with the ways of the Huaxia Empire. However, this was nothing. Once bitten, twice shy. She would soon catch up. Therefore, she refused to leave. She hoped to climb to the top of the political hierarchy in the Huaxia Empire. This was something she couldn't achieve even if she became a partner in a large law firm in the United States. Kai Sumin knew what she was thinking and didn't try to persuade her any further. He was in the United States anyway. If Kai Xingnan couldn't survive in the country anymore, she would naturally go back. Kai Songyin received Kai Sumin's text message. She couldn't get through to her older brother, Kai Sumin's phone, so she didn't know what to do at the moment. After returning home, he hurriedly took out his passport, packed a few things, and went online to buy a plane ticket. He successfully bought the ticket for today, but the flight was in the afternoon, and there were still a few hours left. Kai Songyin and Tan Guiren were in the VIP lounge of the airport, watching TV and playing on their phones. Kai Sumin had also bought this flight. Kai Sumin sighed when he saw Kai Songyin enter with Tan Guiren in the VIP lounge, but he still greeted them. Songyin, little darling, you guys are going to America too. Kai Sumin walked over with a briefcase in hand. Kai Songyin almost burst into tears when she saw Kai Sumin. Big brother, so you're going back to America? Kai Sumin nodded. I saw what happened with Dongbang, but I'm not very familiar with this area. When I return to America, I'll introduce you to a few lawyers who are familiar with national security. Thank you so much, big brother. Kai Songyin smiled bitterly. But I will sue for divorce, so you don't have to worry. Kai Sumin thought about it. That's good too. Tan Dongbang will never see the light of day in this lifetime. You have to plan for yourself too. Uncle, Mommy, what are you talking about? Is it about Daddy? Tan Guiren was restless. She couldn't watch her father go to jail for the rest of his life, and she didn't want to go abroad with her mother. Mommy, you can't do this. If you leave, what will happen to Daddy? Tan Guiren stood up with her luggage. I'm not leaving. Mommy, if you want to leave, then leave alone. She grabbed her luggage and turned to leave resolutely. Little darling. Kai Songyin panicked and chased after her. In the Senate's large conference room, the little episode ended with Tan Dongbang being taken away by the Special Operations Forces for investigation. Speaker Long thanked Gu Nianji with a smile for her hard work and great initiative. Gu Nianji quickly replied politely before walking off the podium to return to the Senate staff seat. On the podium, Speaker Long had already begun to announce the results of the second election as if nothing had happened. The results of the second interim election show that a total of 86,376,545 votes were cast. Mr. Bai Jianqing won in all 34 provinces and won a total of 75,267,763 votes, which is 64,158,981 votes more than the second-place finisher, Mr. Tan Dongbang. He was elected the new Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire with an absolute advantage. Let us welcome Bai Jianqing's speech on stage with a round of applause. Speaker Long took the lead in applauding. Bai Jianqing had actually been the winner of both elections. However, he had been intercepted the first time, and only truly won the second time. Bai Jianqing had worked in the cabinet for more than 30 years. He had started as a low-level staff member and worked his way up to his current position. Naturally, he was filled with emotion. Especially when he learned that he had also won the first time. His eyes nearly turned red. He had worked so hard for so long, and his only goal in life was to become the Prime Minister and realize his political ambitions. In the end, he had failed miserably in his first election and lost inexplicably. He was the only one who knew how he had managed to survive that period of time. Bai Yueran was extremely happy, and her usually calm face broke into a wide smile. She adjusted Bai Jianqing's bow tie and said with a smile, "Dad, it's all up to you now." Bai Jianqing smiled at her with relief and walked to the podium to shake Speaker Long's hand. "Speaker Long, I will definitely live up to the expectations of the people, the country, and you." "Okay, we'll wait and see." Speaker Long shook his hand encouragingly and patted his shoulder. "Our country has already wasted a lot of time. We can't waste any more." Prime Minister Do and Tan Dongbang had both been hard to deal with. However, Prime Minister Do and Tan Dongbang were both related to Japanese spies, so they could probably be neighbors in prison. At the same time, He Zhichu wasn't watching the Senate's Prime Minister election program. Instead, he was watching another piece of news on TV. This piece of news was about a glowing blue sea cave that had suddenly appeared between Sea City and Japanese waters. However, he didn't watch this news for long before it was interrupted. "Now, we have a piece of breaking news. Mr. Bai Jianqing has been elected as the new Prime Minister. The Prime Minister of Japan has taken the lead in sending a congratulatory message to the new Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire, Mr. Bai Jianqing. At the same time, he has appealed to the new Prime Minister, Mr. Bai Jianqing, to display his humanitarian spirit and help the more than 200 Japanese frogmen trapped in the Sea of Blue and Purple Lightning to return home." This was the second watch. It was the third watch. Everyone's guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Hurry up and vote. It was 7 in the evening, the third watch. Mwah. Chapter 11:13. He Zhichu sneered as he listened. He picked up the glass of red wine and sniffed it before downing it in one gulp. The Japanese were always like this wherever they went, humanitarianism. Why didn't they show the spirit of humanitarianism to the people of Huaxia during the invasion? Could it really be that time could wash away all scars? No, some mistakes cannot be forgiven, and some scars will never disappear. He Zhichu put down his wine glass and switched to the news channel. This time, he saw the scene where the parliament announced the results of the election. The newly elected Prime Minister, Bai Jianqing, was giving a rousing speech, encouraging everyone to unite and fight for the revitalization of China. He Zhichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed. He suddenly wanted to know how this veteran politician would react when he heard the Japanese Prime Minister's appeal for humanitarianism. The Assembly's interim general election was a great success. Although there was a small interlude in the middle when Tan Dongbang jumped out to tear Speaker Long apart, it was resolved perfectly. Tan Dongbang had been taken away by the Special Operations Forces for investigation, and Gu Nianji had also made a great contribution to Speaker Long. After the meeting, the new Prime Minister, Bai Jianqing, was surrounded by a large group of people. They were all his colleagues from the cabinet, and they would go out to celebrate his election later. Since the cabinet had been dissolved, the first thing Bai Jianqing had to do was to reorganize the cabinet as soon as possible. Gu Nianji smiled as she watched the crowd surround Bai Jianqing and leave. She scanned the crowd for a while but didn't see Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, she didn't see General Ji either. He must have left. Gu Nianji had come in Hua Xiaoheng's car, so how was she going to get back? Gu Nianji couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Speaker Long specially called her over and said very kindly, "Nianji, you performed very well tonight. I have already spoken to Special Assistant Zhuang. When you come to work tomorrow, I will officially appoint you as legal counsel." Was there no need to take the exam? Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Really? Does that mean I don't have to take the exam? Speaker Long couldn't help but laugh. You still have to take the exam, but it won't be difficult for you. The exam is next week. You have to work hard. Gu Nianji shrugged. Okay, I'll try my best. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Speaker Long finally turned to leave. Gu Nianji was worried about how to go back when Yin Shixiang's voice came through her Bluetooth headset. Nianji, I'll return to the base later. Hua Xiao asked me to bring you back with me. Nianji, your performance today was amazing. Yin Shixiang spared no effort in praising Gu Nianji. He had only mentioned the beginning to Gu Nianji, but Gu Nianji had performed so well. It was truly unexpected. Gu Nianji laughed. Brother Xiong, you're being too hypocritical. Do we need to be so polite with each other? Of course, of course. If I'm not polite, Hua Xiao will mess with me again. Yin Shixiang's exaggerated tone made Gu Nianji giggle. She simply packed her things and went to the entrance of the parliament building to wait for Yin Shixiang. Gu Nianji secretly tried to figure out where Hua Xiaoheng had gone, but when she thought about the nature of their work, she quickly understood. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng was rushing to Terminal T3 of the Imperial Capital International Airport with his men. The people following Kai Songyin discovered that she had bought a ticket to the United States and was about to take a flight to the United States that very night. She and Tan Guiren both had 10-year B1 visas to the United States, so they could go on vacation anytime they wanted. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng and the others wouldn't let her go abroad. In the VIP lounge of Terminal T3 of the Imperial Capital International Airport, Kai Songyin had just stopped Tan Guiren at the door and scolded her. Child, you don't have to worry about daddy and mommy's matters. You just have to take care of yourself. What's the point of you going back? You still don't know what your daddy did, do you? If mommy knows, she can tell me, Tan Guiren said calmly. But I can't ignore daddy's life. After a pause, Tan Guiren continued, if mommy were to be arrested, I would also run errands for you. Kai Songyin was so angry she almost fell to the ground. How dare this child say that? How could anyone curse their own mommy like that? It wasn't a good thing to be arrested, but she still wanted to join in on the fun. For the first time, Kai Songyin felt a headache coming on from Tan Guiren's innocence and kindness. Sometimes, her innocence and kindness really attacked everyone around her indiscriminately. She patted her lightly. Don't talk nonsense. Mommy didn't do anything bad like your daddy did, so she won't be arrested. However, less than 5 minutes after she said that, she was slapped in the face. A group of men dressed in the black uniforms of the Special Operations Forces surrounded the VIP lounge of Terminal T3 of the Imperial Capital International Airport. The person in front recognized Kai Songyin at first glance. She and her daughter were standing not far from the door, and her daughter was still carrying a suitcase. Was she going abroad? Or to the United States? The Special Operations Forces man sneered and slowly walked over. He looked Kai Songyin up and down. You are Kai Songyin, the former First Lady. Kai Songyin nodded and asked cautiously, who are you? The man showed her his ID and said, Madam Kai Songyin, you are suspected of using your company to launder money, bribe, and collude with Hong Kong Quan in an attempt to steal state secrets. According to regulations, people like you can't go abroad. Please come with me. Kai Songyin's heart sank. They had come to her. She really couldn't hide from it. She shook her head in panic and said, you can't abuse your power to threaten me like this. I didn't. My company is operating normally, and I have never done anything illegal. Madam Kai, whether or not you launder money, bribe, or steal state secrets has nothing to do with us. We were only commissioned by the court to arrest a fugitive. The Special Operations Forces man answered politely and only targeted Kai Songyin. He didn't mean to make things difficult for anyone else. The court. How did you end up in the court? It's night time now. Kai Songyin frowned. If you want me to go back and help with the investigation, please put your attitude first. You are very annoying like this. The Special Operations Forces man laughed. We are not here for you to like. We are a force of violence, and we are a law enforcement agency. We have the right to expose any illegal behavior. Madam Kai, please come with us. The man showed a court order. It wasn't an arrest warrant, but a deportation order. Kai Song-in's face lost all color. Her hands trembled as she took the order from the man and looked at it for a long time. Please come with us. The Special Operations Forces man took out a pair of shiny handcuffs. Kai Song-in's vision darkened, and she finally fainted. Tan Guiren threw herself at her and kept crying, "Mommy." Anyone who saw it would be sad. The Special Operations Forces man didn't mind. He picked her up with one arm and put her to the side before escorting Kai Song-in away. Tan Guiren covered her face and sat on the sofa in the VIP room, crying like a child. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, my dears. Chapter 11-14. When Kai Song-in was escorted away, Kai Su-min stood nearby and watched coldly. He even took out his phone to secretly record it. However, even with his many years of experience as a senior American lawyer, he couldn't find any violations during the escort process. If he couldn't find any violations, then the possibility of making an issue out of it was very small. Kai Su-min quietly looked at his phone and replayed it over and over again. When he finally couldn't watch anymore, he sighed and put his phone away. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng was sitting in his bulletproof car and staring at the surveillance video in the car to watch his subordinates' actions. When his subordinates from the Special Operations Forces went to the VIP lounge of Terminal T3 at the Imperial Capital International Airport to arrest people, they wore cameras throughout the entire process. Not only did they record audio and video, but they also recorded the surrounding environment within 10 meters. Inevitably, Hu Xiaoheng saw Kai Su-min. A burly and tall man with a serious expression stood in the corner and kept looking down at his phone. This man looked somewhat familiar. Hu Xiaoheng activated the facial recognition system in the surveillance video and quickly did a search. That person's information quickly appeared on his screen. Lines of beautiful song script appeared next to Kai Su-min's profile picture. Kai Su-min, male, 55 years old. American citizen. Senior lawyer. Once the top lawyer for the former President of the United States. He helped the former president win the rape case and impeachment case. Kai Song-in's older brother, Kai Xingnan's father. Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. He was actually here. Was he here to send Kai Song-in overseas? Or was he taking Kai Song-in with him? He checked the system again and found that Kai Su-min was also on a flight that night. He was returning to the United States. He couldn't deal with this person like he dealt with Kai Song-in because he was American and not a Huaxia citizen. Kai Su-min didn't want to return to the United States now. If Tan Dongbang was the only one being arrested, Kai Su-min definitely wouldn't get involved because it wasn't worth it to work for a scumbag like Tan Dongbang. Therefore, he chose to return to the United States immediately to prevent his sister from asking him for help. Should he help Tan Dongbang or not? But now that his own sister was arrested, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He watched Tan Guiren cry alone in her seat. She was already in her 20s, but she was still as innocent as a child. Kai Su-min watched Tan Guiren from nearby and sighed again. His sister was good in every way, and she was very strong-willed all her life. However, she spoiled her daughter too much. Of course, Tan Guiren had the right to be spoiled. She had been a musical genius since she was young, and she had a family background like the Kai family and the Tan family. She was destined to grow up in an ivory tower and completely retain her innocence. But now, both of her parents were arrested, and her ivory tower had collapsed. Who would protect her in the future? Kai Su-min had no choice. She was his younger sister's daughter, so he could only take her in and take care of her. He knew that no matter what happened in the future, Kai Song-yin would never be able to let go of her daughter. After hesitating for a long time, Kai Su-min still dragged his suitcase over to Tan Gui-ren. Just as he stood still in front of her, Kai Su-min suddenly discovered that another pair of shiny military boots had entered his field of vision. Kai Su-min slowly raised his head and looked up to see a tall man in a black uniform standing in front of him with his hands clasped behind his back. This man was mature and steady with an imposing appearance. His brows were as deep as the sea, and the bridge of his nose was as straight as a mountain. His facial features were impeccably handsome, and a golden epaulet flashed on his shoulder with a wheat ear and a gold star. It was the rank of Major General. Kai Su-min looked at him with slight surprise. "May I ask who you are? Is there something you need?" Kai Su-min actually recognized who this person was, but it was better to pretend not to know him at this time. This person was Hua Xiaoheng. He looked at Kai Su-min calmly and said, "You are Mr. Kai Su-min, right?" "Yes." "May I ask who you are?" Kai Su-min hadn't finished speaking when Tan Gui-ren's head snapped up and she stood up in surprise and joy. "Major General Hua. Is it really you, Major General Hua? I'm begging you, release my parents. They're old and can't bear the torment. You're arresting me. Arrest me, please." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. The corners of Kai Su-min's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He pulled Tan Gui-ren over and held her arm as he nodded at Hua Xiaoheng. "So it's Major General Hua. Please don't be offended. My niece suffered a major shock today and is speaking incoherently." "I'm not speaking incoherently." Tan Gui-ren wanted to struggle out of Kai Su-min's hands. "I truly want to replace my parents. Uncle, you're a great lawyer. Can you convince Major General Hua to release my parents?" Kai Su-min's eyebrows twitched as he said solemnly, "Little darling. Don't mess around. Uncle will help you save your parents. Don't cause trouble." Okay, I won't cause trouble. But uncle, you have to save them. You just had to go back to the United States. How are you going to save my parents?" Tan Gui-ren cried even louder. If she were the one in jail, she wouldn't be so panicked. When she was kidnapped in New York, she forced herself not to shed a single tear. But now, it was her parents who were trapped, so she couldn't control herself. Her tears flowed out like a broken dam. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and continued Tan Gui-ren's words as he said slowly, "Lawyer Kai is going back to the United States. Leaving at this time and abandoning your sister and brother-in-law. That's not very moral, right?" A trace of embarrassment flashed through Kai Su-min's eyes, but he still maintained his composure. "How could I abandon my sister? I was going to leave, but I just saw my sister being taken away and imprisoned, so I decided not to leave." As he spoke, Kai Su-min patted Tan Gui-ren's shoulder. "Little darling, don't cry. Let's go back together and think of a solution." "Okay, uncle." Tan Gui-ren sobbed as she tugged on the corner of Kai Su-min's shirt. Kai Su-min wanted to take Tan Gui-ren out of the VIP room, but Hua Xiaoheng still stood there without moving and blocked their way. "Major General Hua, shouldn't you move aside?" Kai Su-min asked calmly. "We have to go back." "Great lawyer Kai, shouldn't you delete the video of us carrying out our mission that you secretly recorded on your phone?" Hua Xiaoheng said slowly. He curled his right hand and pointed at Kai Su-min's pocket where he kept his phone. Kai Su-min was speechless. "No. You can't invade my privacy." Kai Su-min refused flatly. "You can't check my phone." Hua Xiaoheng laughed. "Oh. I can't check it. Of course, you're invading a citizen's right to privacy." Kai Su-min spoke with certainty. He didn't dare believe that anyone in this world would dare make such an unreasonable request to see his phone. "But you're not a citizen of our country, so the citizen's right to privacy is invalid to you." As a foreigner, you have to abide by all the rules of our country when you come to our country. We have the right to believe that your phone contains content harmful to our country's security, Hua Xiaoheng said coolly as he took 2 steps forward. He extended his hand to Kai Sumin as he walked 2 steps forward. His polished military boots made heavy sounds on the carpet in the VIP room. Each step was like stepping on the bottom of one's heart. Tan Guiren only felt her heartbeat rise and fall along with Hua Xiaoheng's footsteps. She lowered her head and covered her chest with her hand. Kai Sumin's pupils abruptly contracted. This Major General Hua really didn't look like a typical soldier with all brawn and no brains. He actually knew the law, and the most subtle thing was that his statement was absolutely equivalent to the practice of U.S. Customs. U.S. Customs was authorized by the U.S. Supreme Court to inspect the luggage and all electronic devices carried by travelers coming to the United States. There had been a few Huaxia citizens who had entered U.S. Customs before because U.S. Customs found inappropriate content on their phones and were deported on the spot. As a senior lawyer, Kai Sumin was very familiar with these rules. He also didn't hide anything shameful on his phone because he knew that everything connected to the internet had unsafe elements. However, the video he just took was indeed a bit inappropriate. Kai Sumin narrowed his eyes and sized up Hua Xiaoheng. After a moment of stalemate, he finally took out his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Hua Xiaoheng. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. As long as Hua Xiaoheng dared to take his phone, Hua Xiaoheng would fall into his trap. That was because that rule was authorized to customs personnel. Not everyone had the right to check a foreigner's phone, however, Hua Xiaoheng didn't take it. Instead, he said to the person beside him wearing a customs uniform, "Shaoli, this is within the scope of your responsibility." The customs personnel named Shaoli wore white gloves and took the phone from Kai Sumin's hand to open it to check. Shaoli was a well-trained customs personnel, so he quickly found the video and casually sent it to his own email. Then, he physically deleted it from Kai Sumin's phone. At the same time, he checked the cloud system on Kai Sumin's phone and found that it wasn't turned on. Only then did he feel reassured and hand the phone back to him. "It's fine now. Don't take videos here in the future." Shaoli pointed to a large sign in the VIP room that read, "No audio or video recording without authorization." Kai Sumin didn't succeed and smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry. It was my fault. I didn't see the sign's reminder." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Lawyer Kai, remember this in the future. This is your first offense, so consider it a warning. If you commit another offense, you'll be punished for both offenses." I didn't expect Major General Hua to be well versed in the law even though he's a soldier. Kai Sumin returned to his senses and began chatting with Hua Xiaoheng with a half-smile. When he took his phone back, he sent a message to his daughter, Kai Xingnan, asking her to pick him up at the airport. At that time, Kai Xingnan hadn't walked very far. She quickly called when she received Kai Sumin's message. "Daddy, what happened? Did the flight get cancelled?" "No, I don't plan on going back for now," Kai Sumin said slowly. "Come pick us up first. We'll talk later." After hanging up, Kai Sumin spread his hands at Hua Xiaoheng. "Major General Hua, is there anything else?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Tan Guiren and said, "Miss Tan, according to the rules, you're Tan Dongbang and Kai Songnin's immediate family. Before their case is resolved, you can't leave the country." Tan Guiren quickly shook her head. "I won't run away. Don't worry, Major General Hua. If you're afraid I'll run away, you can lock me up. I guarantee that my parents won't run away either." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Kai Sumin knew that his sister and brother-in-law had once wanted Hua Xiaoheng to be their son-in-law. Now that he saw how obedient his niece was, he had a thought and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Major General Hua. My niece has been too well protected by her family since she was young, so she doesn't have much social experience. Now that both her parents have been arrested by you, the only person she trusts is you. Why don't you take her back and be closer to her parents? This was the first night watch. It was the third night watch today. Everyone's guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Hurry up and vote. The second night watch at 1 p.m. and the third night watch at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Life Like Water for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 11:15. Kai Sumin looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a smile like a kind elder. With his experience in lawsuits in the United States, he knew very well how to disqualify the other party's prosecutor and cast a shadow over the other party's evidence. Even if it was brought to court, he could reasonably raise questions to the jury about whether the prosecutor was abusing his power for personal gain, had a conflict of interest, or had an illegal procedure. These were the three reasons that American lawyers preferred to use in lawsuits. If they could defeat the prosecutor, they didn't need to go against the defendant at all. Because the basis of American law was to question public authority, the defendant's rights were protected by all kinds of laws. The victim also had their own protection, so only attacking the prosecutor had the lightest consequences and the greatest benefits. Once Hu Xiaoheng fell for it, Kai Sumin could immediately bail Kai Songyin out. It was fine if Hu Xiaoheng didn't agree since he wouldn't lose anything. But what if he did agree? Wouldn't he be making a profit? He would be an idiot not to try something that had no risk and was highly profitable. Kai Sumin patted Tan Gairen's shoulder and said kindly, "Little darling, don't cry. Major General Hu won't sit by and do nothing. Didn't he specially go to the United States to pick you up? I think you should go back with Major General Hu. At least you can see your daddy and mommy every day. If they need anything, you can also help look after them." Tan Guiren already had a glimmer of hope, and now that she heard Kai Sumin say he could help look after her parents' needs, she became even more eager. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at Hu Xiaoheng with her large, watery eyes. She begged repeatedly, "Major General Hu. I beg you. I beg you. Can you take me with you? I just want to see Daddy and Mommy every day." Hu Xiaoheng's expression was indifferent as he clenched his fist and coughed lightly against his lips. "Lawyer Kai, is there a precedent for you to do this in the United States?" Kai Sumin had been a lawyer for so many years that he wouldn't care even if he was slapped in the face. He said with a smile, "What does it matter if there is a precedent in the United States? As long as you're willing to help, it's nothing. Little darling has great respect for you. If she says you'll listen, then you'll definitely listen. Right, little darling?" Tan Guiren quickly nodded. "I definitely won't run. You can lock me up with Daddy and Mommy." Hu Xiaoheng saw that Tan Guiren and Kai Songyin didn't give up. Putting down his white-gloved hand, Hu Xiaoheng calmly asked Tan Guiren, "Do you know what charges Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin were arrested for?" Tan Guiren thought about it. "Daddy cheated in the election. And my mommy. I don't know what my mommy did. I don't think what you said is true. My mommy didn't launder money, bribe, or steal state secrets. She's a good person and would never do such a thing." Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand to stop Tan Guiren from continuing. "Miss Tan, whether or not your parents did these things depends on the court's verdict. However, right," she said, "Tan, they are Tan. If you want to be locked up with them, fine, but you have to sign that you and your parents are accomplices. You know all of their actions, and you are accomplices in the same crime. That way, I can lock you up on the same floor." Tan Gairen's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed. She was about to speak when Kai Sumin interrupted her angrily. He pointed at Hu Xiaoheng and said, "Major General Hu, I really overestimated you. How could you lure an innocent and weak woman into a confession? I want to file a complaint." Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "Didn't you personally suggest it just now, Lawyer Kai? Were you also trying to lure her into a confession?" TSK, coaxing your own niece into prison. That's not very honorable, is it? I didn't coax little darling into prison. Kai Sumin felt his blood pressure rise, and his eardrums rang. Don't slander me. Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the person beside him. Everything we did here today was recorded by a camera, including every word you said and every movement you made. If you're still unhappy and need to file a complaint, I'll give you a complaint number. Kai Sumin's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He had been a lawyer in the United States for more than 30 years, and he had always been known for his good temper. He often made his opponents stomp their feet, but he could still smile. Because of this, he had earned the nickname, Smiling Tiger. However, Hua Xiaoheng had actually made him stomp his feet with just a few words. Kai Sumin's vigilance towards Hua Xiaoheng increased a few notches, and he didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. Tan Guiren finally stammered, but I never conspired with Daddy and Mommy, and I don't know what they did. How could I sign it? Wouldn't that be a lie? Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed slightly. He was a bit impatient, but he still said calmly, this was your uncle's suggestion. Ask your uncle. Goodbye. As he spoke, he turned to leave. He had only taken a few steps when Kai Xingnan rushed in from the VIP lounge's door. She suddenly looked up and saw Hua Xiaoheng. She froze and instinctively said, Major General Hua. Why are you here? Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and said slowly, because your father wants to coax your cousin to go to prison, so I persuaded him. If you have the time, you should also persuade your father. Miss Tan doesn't have common sense, but it's impossible that your father doesn't. Digging a hole for his niece like this is really... He then shook his head with a very regretful expression. Even Tan Guiren's heart couldn't help but waver when she heard this. Uncle, did he really mean that? She sneaked a glance at Kai Sumin's expression and was shocked by his furious expression. She quickly looked away. After a while, she couldn't help but look over again. Kai Sumin was infuriated by Tan Guiren's evasive and slightly fearful gaze, but the patience he had honed as a lawyer for many years still won out. He suddenly laughed loudly and said, Major General Hua is really interesting. Your sense of humor is very good, and I admire it. There are very few people in the Hua Xia Empire today who have a sense of humor like yours. Dad, what exactly happened? Kai Xingnan was even more confused, but when she looked at Hua Xiaoheng and then at the bashful Tan Guiren, Kai Xingnan was alarmed. Kai Sumin laughed and said, I was joking just now and told Major General Hua to take little darling home. That way, she could be closer to your auntie and uncle. But Major General Hua misinterpreted my intentions and said that I was trying to coax your cousin into going to prison. That's so funny. Although he was laughing happily, there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. Kai Xingnan almost fainted when she heard this. Asking Tan Guiren to go back with Hua Xiaoheng. Wasn't this creating an opportunity for Tan Guiren to be with Hua Xiaoheng? Was he really her biological father? He was actually pushing his daughter's sweetheart to another woman. Kai Xingnan's anger rose in her heart, but she smiled nonchalantly. How is that possible? Dad, you've been practicing abroad for many years, so you don't know the rules here. Aunt and uncle have to be locked up separately for what they did. How can cousin go? Also, aunt and uncle are being locked up by the Special Operations Forces. That's not a place just anyone can go. Cousin doesn't have a pass, right? Tan Guiren nodded and said pitifully, I don't have a pass yet. I originally wanted to beg Major General Hua to let me go, but Major General Hua made me sign before I could go. Sign what? Even if he let you go, I wouldn't agree. Kai Xingnan panicked and quickly hugged Tan Guiren. Come, stay with your cousin. Don't bother with these stinky men. It was the second watch. It was the third watch. Everyone's guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes, hurry up and vote. It was 7 p.m., the third watch. Mwah. Chapter 11:16. Hu Xiaoheng didn't stop walking and quickly left Terminal 3 of the Imperial International Airport. Sitting in his car, Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his forehead and ordered, "Return to the base." They had made this trip for Kai Song-yin. Hu Xiaoheng could already sense that Hong Kongguan, Tan Dongbang, and Kai Song-yin had a faint connection between the three of them that connected them. However, he still couldn't figure out what this thread was. His instincts told him that he had to control the three of them first before he could dig further. After Hong Kongquan's escape, Hu Xiaoheng became very cautious. Tan Dongbang had been taken away and imprisoned by his trusted subordinates right under his nose. Kai Song-yin had been captured and imprisoned by him personally. Any one of these three people missing would result in an immeasurable loss. Fortunately, all three of them were imprisoned in the Special Operations Forces, so he could close the net. It was already 2 in the morning when he returned to the base. Another day had passed, and Hu Xiaoheng walked up the stairs. The second floor of the official residence was the floor he and Gu Nianji lived on. Their suites faced each other on opposite ends of the hallway. When Hu Xiaoheng opened his room, he turned to look at Gu Nianji's side and noticed that faint light could still be seen through the crack in the door. Was she still awake? Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and opened Gu Nianji's door with his palm print. He walked in. The light came from the chandelier in the living room. It looked like a clump of reeds that covered the sofa in the corner. Gu Nianji was lying on the sofa with her panda pillow as her head. She was sleeping soundly. Hu Xiaoheng quietly admired her sleeping face. After a while, he bent down and raised his hand to smooth her messy hair. Then, he carried her horizontally and carried her to the bedroom. Gu Nianji was still wearing the black military cotton t-shirt that reached her thighs as her pajamas. Her fair skin had a different kind of beauty against the black t-shirt. She was like a blooming epiphyllum in a quiet night. He placed her on the bed and covered her with a thin blanket. He kissed her forehead and was about to leave when Gu Nianji woke up in a daze. She had been waiting for Hu Xiaoheng in the living room, but she didn't expect to fall asleep while waiting. When she sensed someone coming in her sleep, she was about to wake up, but when she sensed the comforting atmosphere in the air, she knew it was Hu Xiaoheng. Other than him, no one else had such a comforting feeling even in her sleep. She only opened her eyes when he planted a kiss on her forehead. She mumbled, "It's late. Go to sleep. Staying up late every day isn't good for your health." As she spoke, she naturally hugged Hu Xiaoheng and found a comfortable spot in the crook of his arm. She bent her legs and fell asleep again. Hu Xiaoheng quietly shifted his body away, but he didn't pull his arm away. He let her sleep on his pillow for half the night. Hu Xiaoheng woke up at 6 the next morning. This was determined by his biological clock. He quietly got out of bed and went out to exercise. He came back at 7:00 to take a shower and eat breakfast. Breakfast was at 7:30 a.m., but Gu Nianji had also woken up and was waiting for Hu Xiaoheng in the dining room. Yin Shixiang also came with Hu Xiaoheng. He had his own room in Hu Xiaoheng's official residence and usually stayed there when he wasn't on assignment. "Good morning, Nianji." Yin Shixiang greeted her with a smile. Gu Nianji nodded. "Good morning, Brother Xiong." "Good morning, Hu Xiao." Hu Xiaoheng grunted and sat across from her. "Did you rest well last night?" "Yes, I slept better than ever." Gu Nianji winked at Hu Xiaoheng with a smile. It was rare that Hu Xiaoheng didn't torture her when they slept together. She had to praise him. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and cut his steak for himself noncommittally. "When do you plan to start working at the Senate?" Gu Nianji counted with her fingers. "I still have some things to do. Also, I had to rest for a few more days after my last injury. I don't want to be out of touch with the masses." Pfft. Yin Shixiang almost spat out his coffee. You are out of touch with the masses. Yin Shixiang was about to die from laughter. Gu Nianji pointed at herself proudly. Of course. When the masses get injured, they usually need to rest for 10 days to half a month. Of course, I can't go overboard. Even if I don't get 10 days to half a month, I'll at least get 7 or 8 days. She didn't want others to think of her as a monster, so she tried her best to be like a normal person. Hua Xiaoheng forked a piece of steak and ate it. After swallowing, he said, "Of course it's good to rest for a few more days. But Nianji, do you really want to work at the Senate?" He heard that Gu Nianji would have to sign a contract if she went to the Senate again. Gu Nianji propped her head up with her hand and said awkwardly, "Other than this, I don't know what else I can do. I can go to a law firm, but I haven't submitted my resume yet. I don't want to give people a chance to humiliate me." "You're thinking too much." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "You can work at the Senate for a while. It's just a contract anyway. It's best not to exceed 2 years. The contract can be renegotiated after 2 years." Gu Nianji nodded. "I understand. I'll tell Speaker Long that." Yin Shixiang gave her a thumbs up and turned on the TV with his other hand. The morning news was actually broadcasting news related to Japan. The Japanese Prime Minister and the Emperor of Japan were both speaking to the new Prime Minister of the Xia Empire, Bai Jianqing. "Prime Minister Bai, do you really have the heart to see our frogman soldiers die at the bottom of the sea like this?" "Prime Minister Bai, you are an indomitable hero with a compassionate heart. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Not to mention the lives of more than 200 people. As a responsible country, Prime Minister Bai definitely doesn't want to leave the international impression that the Xia Empire is cruel and merciless." When Gu Nianji heard this, she only wanted to say one thing, King retard. If Prime Minister Bai really responds to Japan's call, I will feel despair for the world. Gu Nianji angrily fed herself a mouthful of porridge. Hua Xiaoheng's stern gaze turned to her. "Don't open your mouth when you're eating." Gu Nianji quickly shut her mouth. After finishing a mouthful of porridge, she lazily said, "But then again, those frogman soldiers are quite resistant. The oxygen in their scuba tanks is about to run out, right?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch and said calmly, "Their scuba tanks can still last for another 18 hours, so don't worry." The bluish-purple electric arcs around the buoy circle formed an electric fence. Since it was a fence, only the edges were important. It was more powerful after the electric current, but only where the buoy was. The voltage at the bottom of the sea in the center of the buoy circle was still slightly lower. Gu Nianji had experienced the electric shock in the sea, so it was naturally painful. It was like thousands of tiny needles constantly pricking you, but they were only tiny needles, after all, so it wasn't completely unbearable. Of course, it was also amazing that the Japanese frogman soldiers could hide at the bottom of the buoy circle for more than 36 hours without dying. "Hua Xiao, what do you want to do?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. She had originally thought that Hua Xiaoheng was going to kill those Japanese frogmen. Hua Xiaoheng finished his steak and said with a half-smile, "What can I do? Nature's uncanny workmanship is so amazing that even I fell. If they don't fall, wouldn't they be letting down their commander?" Yin Shixiang said sarcastically, "That's right, are their lives more noble than ours? If we were the ones in trouble, they would at most bow 90 degrees to express their regret." Yin Shixiang's words were like a prophecy. It didn't take long for Bai Jianqing to appear on TV. This was his first televised speech as the elected prime minister. "Ladies and gentlemen, and the audience in front of the television, hello. As you all know, the Japanese have repeatedly spoken to me in order to save their frogman soldiers, which has caused me serious trouble. My attitude towards Japan has been obvious from beginning to end. First, admit war crimes, apologize for the tens of millions of innocent people killed in the war, repent, and formally apologize to our country in writing. The apology must be signed by the current Prime Minister and the Emperor. Second, dismantle the Axe Nation Shrine. War criminals are not worthy of being sacrificed. Bad people are still bad people when they die, and they will not become gods. Death will not make a despicable person noble. Third, return all stolen Huaxia territory and cultural relics, and compensate for war losses. After Bai Jianqing finished these 3 points, he said, "As for what happened to the Japanese frogman troops, it is the responsibility of the Japanese government. The place where they were trapped is Japan's maritime exclusive economic zone. The whole thing has nothing to do with the Huaxia Empire at all. Your demands are very bizarre and inexplicable. Our country has been blocked by the international community for many years, and is a backward China. We do not have the advanced technical conditions to help your frogman soldiers escape from nature's uncanny workmanship. The only thing I can offer is my sincere condolences. I hope you will restrain your grief." With that, Bai Jianqing really bowed. No one could find fault with it. It was the third watch. Everyone's guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Hurry up and vote. Mwah. Chapter 11:17. When this news was broadcast, it was the first televised speech by the new Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire, and it was clearly directed at one country. It immediately caused a sensation around the world. The Emperor of Japan and the Prime Minister knew that their words had a result, and they watched the live news from the same room. After watching it, both of them looked very embarrassed. The Emperor of Japan was a short, thin man who looked very amiable, just like the honest old farmers in Hokkaido. He frowned and asked his Prime Minister sadly, "Baisenkun, didn't you say that the Huaxia Empire could rescue people from that blue and purple electric light? Are you sure they can?" I think their Prime Minister was very sincere when he spoke just now, and the Huaxia Empire really doesn't seem to have this ability. The Prime Minister of Japan was also very confused. His eyelids drooped as he bowed and said, "It was the Admiral of the Marine Corps who said the Huaxia Empire could." He was there at the time and saw with his own eyes that the Huaxia Empire's soldiers had just left our buoy circle, and the buoy circle appeared with super strong blue and purple electric light, trapping our people inside. The Emperor of Japan sighed, "It's a pity that our chief scientist passed away. Otherwise, we could ask him why this phenomenon occurred." The Prime Minister of Japan nodded in agreement, "Your Majesty is right, it's a pity. The chief scientist was able to set up the buoy circle with the help of an expert, but we don't know what went wrong. But I still tend to think that the Huaxia Empire bears an unshakable responsibility for this incident. I remember you said that our frogmen had underwater cameras on them to capture the Huaxia Empire soldiers who broke into our maritime exclusive economic zone. If you can get the content you captured and we send it directly to the new Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire, will he change his mind?" The Emperor of Japan was able to speak up, in addition to feeling sorry for his elite frogman troops, because he heard from the Prime Minister and the Admiral that they had underwater cameras on them, which could prove that the Huaxia Empire's soldiers had something to do with the blue and purple electric light. But they haven't come out of the sea yet, so how can they get the content? The Prime Minister of Japan said very awkwardly, "So we should still rescue them first. Can't their underwater cameras be connected to the internet? Even if they can't come out, can't they directly upload the content they captured or upload it to the cloud?" The Emperor of Japan's question was very sharp. The Prime Minister of Japan was even more embarrassed, and he stammered for a long time before saying, "That place started with a strong magnetic field, and now it's a strong electric field. The network signal can't connect underwater at all, therefore, even though they had brought an underwater camera in and wanted to take the opportunity to obtain irrefutable evidence of Huaxia imperial soldiers trespassing into Japan's maritime exclusive economic zone, they hadn't expected to make such a mistake. They had forgotten that strong magnetic fields and strong electric fields could block network signals. Now the elite frogman troops were all trapped in the circle of bluish-purple electric light and couldn't get out. They couldn't even take out the secret cameras that they had planned. Minister, Emperor of the Minister, the Emperor, and said, Japan, and Minister, and he Minister of Hua, and Empire, Emperor Minister. The Hua Minister. As Minister, the Hua Minister, Minister, the Hua is Emperor. The Hua Tututu. Minister. They Minister. Minister. Emperor Minister. Emperor. Minister. God. Prime. Emperor. Japan. Minister. Minister. Emperor. Leaving the Emperor's palace, Prime Minister Baisan immediately went to discuss with a Marine Admiral to send someone to break into the blue-purple electric circle. As long as they wore insulated diving suits, they should be able to get in, right? The two of them discussed until late at night. Finally, they selected the strongest and best swimmers in the Marine Corps. They were equipped with the best insulated diving suits in the world, and carried huge scuba gear. They dove to the bottom of the sea, intending to force their way into the blue and purple electric circle. It was a beautiful day, and the weather was perfect. The blue surface of the sea shone brightly. The blue and purple electric light was like lightning. It was like the work of nature. If they hadn't seen the Huaxia Empire's soldiers escape with their own eyes, they might have really believed the Huaxia Empire's lies. However, they were the only ones who didn't believe it. All the other countries on Blue Planet believed it was a natural phenomenon. They didn't understand why the Japanese government was asking the Huaxia Empire for help. However, as long as they could get their hands on the underwater footage, the entire Blue Planet wouldn't believe that the blue and purple electric light here was the work of nature. Go. The Emperor has high hopes for you. He hopes you can overcome the temporary difficulties and enter the blue and purple electric circle to retrieve the things. If it goes well, we can also rescue ourselves. The Japanese admiral shook hands with the soldiers who were about to go into the sea one by one. He stood on the warship and waved at the soldiers who had already dived into the water. Everyone looked very nervous. Song Jining watched the Japanese enter the water coldly from the scientific research ship. She wasn't worried at all. In fact, the blue and purple electric light here wouldn't exist forever because there was no subsequent energy support. After the energy transformed by the strong magnetic field was exhausted, the strong electric field would naturally decline. However, this decline period was relatively long. Preliminary estimates were 500 years. Therefore, these frogmen could only borrow another 500 years from the heavens. They might be able to come out alive. Song Jining didn't feel guilty at all. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame the Japanese for harming themselves. If they hadn't created a strong magnetic field here to trap Hu Xiaoheng and the others, Song Jining and Gu Nianji wouldn't have been able to come up with the idea of transforming the magnetic field into an electric field. If their magnetic field hadn't been so powerful, the electric field wouldn't have taken 500 years to decline. Song Jining stood in the cabin with sunglasses on, looking at the sea of blue and purple electric light in a daze. What she wanted to know the most was how the Japanese created such a strong magnetic field. Energy couldn't appear out of thin air. It could only be transformed. However, the strong magnetic field here really seemed to appear out of thin air. Song Jining was extremely curious, but after observing here for a few days, these Japanese didn't seem to have a real grasp of the source of energy. It was more like someone had helped them set up a strong magnetic field, but they hadn't learned the essence of it. Therefore, after the magnetic energy was transformed into an electric field, they had no idea how to deal with it. That was why they shamelessly asked the Huaxia Empire for help again and again. Although Song Jining knew the principle, she didn't know how to eliminate such a strong electric field. It was easy to transform a magnetic field into an electric field, but not from an electric field to a magnetic field. Electric shocks could kill people, but magnetic fields wouldn't. This was the most important thing. Gu Nianji's move was really ruthless. Song Jinning's lips curled into a knowing smile. She didn't think that Gu Nianji's move was too much. On the contrary, she didn't think that Gu Nianji had gone too far. On the contrary, Song Jinning felt that the Japanese who had tried to kill her son deserved to die. Seeing the Japanese who were also wearing insulating diving suits enter the water, Song Jinning took out her binoculars to observe. She also wanted to know if insulating diving suits could block the blue and purple electric light. The calm sea rippled a few times, and a few gray figures freely stretched their arms in the water. They rushed into the blue and purple electric circle like swimming fish. The Japanese Navy admiral looked nervously at the sea. Suddenly, a series of electric sparks crackled in the blue and purple electric circle. Then a charred body floated up and was blown away by the waves outside the blue and purple electric circle. Immediately after, another series of electric sparks exploded in the blue and purple electric circle, and another charred body floated up. The Japanese Navy admiral's face darkened, and he immediately ordered people to salvage the bodies. After an autopsy, it was discovered that these two were two of the people who had just entered the water. Their insulating diving suits seemed to have been instantly melted by the high voltage. It was too tragic. Soon, the 10 Japanese Marines wearing insulating diving suits that they had sent into the water today were all dead. Not a single one was spared. The Japanese on the warship howled and beat their chests, crying their hearts out. Song Jinning put down her binoculars with satisfaction and recorded the observed data in her observation notes. The power of the electric fence is exactly as predicted. The existing insulating diving suits can't pass through the electric fence at all. The safety and reliability of this electric fence is AAA+. Inform the captain that we can return. Song Jinning put away her experimental equipment and hummed in a good mood. There was no need to observe anymore. She was sure that the Japanese couldn't get in. In another 10 hours, the trapped frogman's scuba oxygen would run out. If she waited here, she would be scolded for watching the show. 10 hours later, all the TV stations on Blue Planet were broadcasting the major news broadcast by the Japanese TV station. Their elite frogman troops had finally come out of the blue and purple electric circle. They were nothing more than charred corpses that floated up and out. More than 200 people, all dead. Such a stimulating scene was, of course, censored. Everyone could only see the dense mosaics on the TV, and they were very sad about it. The new Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire, Bai Jianqing, immediately sent a message to express his sincere condolences. Although he had already mourned once, Gu Nianji, Hu Shaoheng, and Yin Shixiang were sitting in the dining room having dinner. The wall-mounted TV on the opposite wall was also on, and Gu Nianji frowned. "Can't we eat?" Hu Shaoheng and Yin Shixiang didn't speak. They put down the knives in their hands and watched the TV in a daze. Not long after, the TV screen switched to the Japanese emperor's palace. The Japanese emperor had a distressed expression and was giving a speech to the TV to appease the people, especially the families of the dead frogmen. This emperor looks quite peaceful. Gu Nianji finally dared to watch the TV and couldn't help commenting. Hu Shaoheng looked down and cut his steak with his knife and fork. He said calmly, "This emperor is quite interesting. He once said that he only has 4 dates that he must never forget: June 23rd, August 6th, August 9th, and August 15th, huh? What special significance do these 4 dates have?" Gu Nianji asked, puzzled. Hu Shaoheng didn't speak, but Yin Shixiang did. He said solemnly, June 23rd was the end of the Battle of Okinawa as the end of the Pacific War. August 6th was the day the atomic bomb exploded in Hiroshima. August 9th was the day the atomic bomb exploded in Nagasaki. August 15th was the day Japan was defeated and surrendered, but the Japanese didn't think of it as defeat and surrender, but as the end of the war. It's completely different from our understanding of defeat and surrender. You see, there isn't a single date that commemorates the great pain Japan caused to the people of other countries. It's all commemorations of their own pain. And these painful memories are entirely their own fault. Yin Shixiang pounded the table. They have no remorse. Which of the damage they caused to other countries wasn't worse than this? They really don't treat the people of other countries as human beings. Only their own lives are important. Gu Nianji shook her head. I take back what I said. There is indeed something wrong with this Japanese emperor. No wonder his people have to be fed to the fish. So we don't have to care about what they say. Hu Xiaoheng finished the last piece of steak and said calmly, we do what we should do, and we won't do what we shouldn't do even if you beat us to death. Gu Nianji and Yin Shixiang nodded together. Understood, Hu Xiao. After dinner, Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang went to watch Hong Kongquan's interrogation video. Gu Nianji returned to her room and was just about to go through the Senate exam questions that Hu Xiaoheng had given her when she heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was He Jichu calling. This was the first watch. It was the third watch. Everyone's guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes, hurry up and vote. The second watch at 1 p.m., the third watch at 7 p.m. moi. Chapter 11:18. Professor He, have you had dinner yet? Don't tell me you're drinking red wine again. Gu Nianji held the phone and lay comfortably on the sofa. She had just finished dinner and felt a little full. Her blood had gone to her stomach to digest the food, and her mind was dizzy and sleepy. He Jichu looked at the red wine glass in his hand and put it down quietly. I've eaten. Have you eaten? I just finished. I'm feeling sleepy. Gu Nianji yawned. What's the matter? He Jichu paused and looked out the window at the night sky. He instinctively asked, where are you? Although Gu Nianji knew that whether she was with Hu Xiaoheng or not had nothing to do with He Jichu, she still felt a little guilty when he asked her this question. Gu Nianji shifted uncomfortably on the sofa and whispered. I'm at Hu Xiao's official residence. He Jichu closed his eyes and suppressed the emotions in his heart. Yes, do you know how the bluish-purple electric light between Japan and the Huaxia Empire came about? Gu Nianji, she had never expected He Jichu to ask about this. She hesitated and shook her head. I don't know. Does Professor He know? Don't you think that this bluish-purple electric light is quite similar to the blue hole in the Caribbean Sea? He Jichu turned on his computer and found the bluish-purple electric light map of the Caribbean blue hole, as well as the bluish-purple electric light map of the Japanese and Huaxia Empire waters that he had taken from the internet. The two pictures were placed on the computer screen. If one didn't look at the surrounding environment, they would think that they were from different angles of the same place. Gu Nianji sat up on the sofa and tried hard to recall the bluish-purple electric light in the Caribbean Sea's blue hole. She muttered, it might look similar from the outside, but isn't lightning all the same? That's lightning in the sky. Do you know how much energy is needed to create so much bluish-purple electric light on the surface of the sea? He Jichu sneered and turned off the computer. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Professor He had actually guessed that the bluish-purple electric light required a huge amount of energy. She had only thought of using the magnetic field to transform it into an electric field from Song Jining. If it hadn't been for the strong magnetic field energy, Gu Nianji would never have been able to conjure a strong electric field that could emit bluish-purple electricity. So at the end of the day, where did the Japanese get their super-strong magnetic field? Gu Nianji hesitated and asked tentatively, Professor He, do you know what kind of energy could generate such a large electric field? Where did such a huge amount of energy come from? This question was right on point. He Jichu rubbed his temples and said quietly, you'll have to ask the Japanese about that. After a pause, He Jichu finally expressed his concern. Nianji, you have to be careful during this time. If you need to leave Huashaoheng, you can call me. I'll be with you. He and Huashaoheng would definitely be able to protect Gu Nianji, right? Gu Nianji became nervous. Professor He, do you know what's going on? At this time, there was no need to hide it, right? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll be kept in the dark. This kind of situation is the easiest for something to happen. Gu Nianji wouldn't force He Zhichu to say something he didn't want to say, but this time, He Zhichu had clearly said that Gu Nianji would be in danger, so Gu Nianji felt that she had the right to know everything. If He Zhichu kept hesitating, he would be irresponsible for her life. He could choose not to say it, but what was the point of saying half the truth and hiding half the truth? Gu Nianji was starting to get upset. She stood up from the sofa and walked to the computer with her phone in hand. Professor He, since you've already said this, you must have some clues, right? He Zhichu frowned slightly. He was speechless at Gu Nianji's sharp senses. He was silent for a moment, then said, "You haven't been paying attention to the progress of the lawsuit you commissioned in Japan recently, have you?" Gu Nianji froze. What lawsuit? She then remembered. Oh, it's the lawsuit I commissioned an American law firm to go to Japan to file for the illegal gift of property. Yes. You still remember. I thought you were so generous that you couldn't even be at ease with a $15 billion fortune. He Zhichu said mockingly, Smith and his team of lawyers have been in Japan for almost 2 months. Have you forgotten all about it? How is that possible? Gu Nianji giggled. I remember, but I haven't heard from them recently, so I'll pretend everything is normal. No news is good news. He Zhichu sighed. They told me that the verdict on the case is about to be announced, and they think the chances of winning are very high. They're thinking of asking you to treat them after the lawsuit is over. That's no problem. Gu Nianji answered readily. Of course I have to reward them after winning the lawsuit. Yeah. He Zhichu's rippling peach blossom eyes were clear. That's what I want you to be careful about. Professor He, are you messing with me? Gu Nianji was angry. You're telling me to be careful about this. Are you afraid that I'll die from having too much money? He Zhichu was speechless. Hearing the anger in Gu Nianji's voice, He Zhichu could only say tactfully, people die for money, and birds die for food. Don't you understand? Think about it, if you die, wouldn't it be easier for them to reverse the case and not have to pay back the money? These people are willing to do anything for $15 billion. So that was what he was talking about. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not afraid. If the Angel in the World Foundation dares to make a move on me, I'll make sure they never return. He Zhichu's lips curled. I believe in your abilities, but it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. Who knows what kind of crazy things they'll do. It's better to be careful. Got it, Professor He. Thank you for the reminder. Gu Nianji smiled as she searched on the computer and hung up. He Zhichu looked at his phone, which had been hung up on, and sighed. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, but as long as he was here, he wouldn't let Gu Nianji face the same fate as before. After watching Hong Kongchuan's interrogation video, Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang shook their heads in unison. Hong Kongquan was still being stubborn even at a time like this. No wonder he was from the military and was the director of the Secret Service. He was even more familiar with all kinds of anti-interrogation and anti-reconnaissance tactics than their interrogators. He either pretended to be deaf and dumb to all the questions, or he shook his head and said he didn't know anything. He insisted that he had been framed and that he had never done anything wrong to the country or the people. Even when they took out the surveillance video of him with the Japanese spy, as well as the video of the Special Operations Forces personnel taking him back from the Japanese, he insisted that he had been held hostage by the Japanese. What about this person? Was he also killed by the Japanese? In the video, the young Special Operations Forces personnel took a photo of the airport police officer being killed and showed it to Hong Kong. Don't forget, there are surveillance cameras here too. Hong Kong slowly looked at the interrogator and said in a low voice. He was indeed killed by the Japanese. I was held hostage by the Japanese and had been trying to escape from them. But after I was rescued by Major General Hua, I think there was some misunderstanding between the two of us that can't be resolved in a short period of time. Unfortunately, the evidence is irrefutable. You won't be able to get away with it. The personnel ended the first round of interrogation and ordered Hong Kong to be taken away. The interrogation video ended. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and decided to find another way to pry Hong Kong's mouth open. He pulled up the information on the Weibo blogger's murder from the computer and printed a few photos. Then, he personally took the photos and sat down in the interrogation room. Bring Hong Kong in. Hong Kong had just fallen asleep and was dragged to be interrogated again. He needed to adjust his body and mind. Being arrested and interrogated in the middle of the night would depend on a person's willpower. Most people would be the most confused at this time and would say, yes, yes, yes. Okay. Let me sleep for a while more. However, Hong Kong woke up in almost a second and followed the people who were escorting him to the interrogation room. Seeing that it was Hua Xiaoheng sitting in the interrogation position, Hong Kong finally smiled. Xiaoheng, you're finally here. I've said it many times. I didn't betray the country. I was held hostage. Why don't you believe me? Really? Hua Xiaoheng pushed the photo of the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden, Lu Daiyong's death across the table to him. Then do you know this person? It was the second watch. I was delayed by something today, so it was even later. There were only 2 watches left. It was already 1:30 in the morning. I've been staying up late for a few days, so I can't stay up any longer. I need to sleep early. There's no more at night. I'll see if there's a possibility of 4 watches tomorrow moi. Chapter 11:19. Hua Xiaoheng's face was expressionless as he sat in front of Hong Kong and stared at him silently. Hong Kong thought that he had predicted everything. Even if he had been caught by Hua Xiaoheng, he would not have surrendered willingly. He had deliberately wanted to backstab Hua Xiaoheng and drag him down with him. Because he had left a backup plan for himself. But when he saw the photo of the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden, Lu Daiyong's death, he almost lost control of his heartbeat. In order to maintain his composure, he bit the tip of his tongue. The piercing pain allowed him to remain calm, but he was actually shocked as if he had seen a ghost. He really did not expect Hua Xiaoheng to have a photo of this person. And to bring it to him for questioning. Hong Kong quickly recalled and was very sure that he had done it flawlessly. There was no way Hua Xiaoheng would know that he had something to do with this incident. His heartbeat quickly calmed down. Hong Kong looked away from the photo and frowned. Who is this person? Why did you bring it to me? Is he dead? Of course he was dead. This was probably the last photo of the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden, in the world. His hands and feet were bent at a strange angle on the red brick path. There was a pool of blood on the top of his head, and his eyes were wide open. He looked very frightening. You don't know him. Hua Xiaoheng's slender fingers tapped on the table. Think again. I wouldn't know him even if I thought 100 times. Hong Kong spread his hands. You wouldn't torture me to get a confession, would you? Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. If you don't know him, then why did you look for him? As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng took the report that recorded Hong Kong's whereabouts that day and placed it in front of Hong Kong. Is this familiar? Hong Kong lowered his head to hide the flash of panic in his eyes. He looked at the time on the report and shook his head expressionlessly. Not familiar. What is this? Why are you showing it to me? Hong Kong-Wan shook his head as soon as he asked. Hu Xiaoheng leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands, and rested his elbows on the armrests of the chair. He looked at Hong Kong-Wan quietly, and the pressure in his eyes gradually became apparent. Not familiar. This is the tracking chip on your body that shows your whereabouts on that day. Hong Kong-Wan, don't tell me that you don't even believe in the accuracy of the positioning chip. Look at your route. Leave from your house, go to the gay bar, then leave from the back door of the gay bar, take the subway to an apartment complex near the 4th Ring Road, and finally stop in front of this person's apartment. Then, we entered his house. Hong Kong-Wan finally raised his head and glared at Hu Xiaoheng. He could no longer contain the shock in his heart. How was that possible? His tracking chip had already been modified by that person using those 4 lines of AI programming language. Every time he made a special move, as long as he sent an order to the central control system, the 4 lines of AI programming language would automatically hide his whereabouts. He had tried many times, and nothing had ever gone wrong. Hu Xiaoheng could actually break through the control of the 4 lines of AI programming language. Absolutely impossible. Even Zhao Liangzi, the widely recognized computer expert of the Special Operations Forces, could not find these 4 lines of AI programming language that were hidden seamlessly. He also knew that Zhao Liangzi had been exiled overseas because he had offended Hu Xiaoheng last month. How could Hu Xiaoheng know something that even Zhao Liangzi could not detect? Or were there other experts in the Special Operations Forces that he had not noticed? Finding these 4 lines of AI programming language from the program of the central control system was like finding 4 drops of pure water that had been secretly placed in the ocean. Who could separate 4 drops of pure water from the ocean? Even from a probability perspective, it was absolutely impossible. Because he was completely unwilling to believe that Hu Xiaoheng and his men could discover the 4 lines of highly advanced AI programming language, Hong Kong-Wan naturally thought that Hu Xiaoheng was lying to him, so he continued to deny it. Major General Hu, don't waste your time. You learned your bluff from me. Do you think I will believe you? If you want to pin a murder case on me just because you made up a routine, you will have to see if the military court agrees to it. Hong Kong-Wan angrily pounded the table. I want to see General Ji. I want to see Speaker Long. Don't even think about using your power to avenge a personal grudge. The smile in Hu Xiaoheng's eyes deepened. He leaned forward slightly and said calmly, Hong Kong-Wan, I didn't say anything. How do you know that this is a murder case? Hong Kong-Chuan's expression suddenly changed. His entire body trembled violently, and even his teeth chattered loudly. In an instant, he almost lost the ability to speak. His pupils dilated, and his breathing became heavy. His face turned purple, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This was the sign of a person who was extremely nervous and had blood rushing to his head. However, Hu Xiaoheng still crossed his legs calmly and leisurely enjoyed the rapid changes in Hong Kong-Chuan's expression. Even the police did not say that this was a homicide. Why are you so sure that this is a murder case? Do you have more clues than the police? Can you share them with the police? Hong Kong-Wan was about to go crazy from Hu Xiaoheng's calm demeanor. He was really too nervous. Hu Xiaoheng was indeed an expert at making full use of his psychological state. First, he had personally captured Hong Kong-Wan alive, which had already broken through his first psychological defense. Then, after a day of exhausting interrogation, he suddenly threw out the photo of the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden, Lu Daiyong's death, which seemed to have nothing to do with him. This sudden attack caught Hong Kong-Wan off guard, and it quickly broke through his second line of defense. Then, he threw out the records of Hong Kong-Chuan's whereabouts that day, hinting that there was a problem with the 4 lines of AI programming language that Hong Kong-Wan relied on the most. This final attack not only broke through Hong Kongchuan's last psychological defense, but it also made him fall into Hu Xiaoheng's psychological trap. He was eager to use the truth that he had long since disguised to fight back against Hu Xiaoheng. The moment he called out Hu Xiaoheng's hidden meaning was also the moment he exposed himself. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Hong Kongquan mockingly, like a cat catching a mouse. In fact, he was even more cunning than the cat catching the mouse. Without saying a word, he made Hong Kongquan reveal the truth. I didn't. Hong Kongquan struggled. I was just making deductions based on common sense. Hu Xiaoheng, don't think that you can replace me like this. You did so much just to suppress me and not give me the chance to replace you. Hong Kongquan, you have to know that today's interrogation was all recorded and recorded. If you continue to contradict yourself, there will only be more and more loopholes. Hu Xiaoheng's face darkened, and he stopped playing around with Hong Kongquan. This Weibo blogger's case is only one of the many serious crimes that you have committed. I didn't. This person has nothing to do with me. Today was the first time I saw him. Hong Kongquan tried his best to deny it. You took out this bloody photo of his death and then said that I went to his house. Aren't you implying that I killed him? This is obviously a reasonable inference. How could you frame me like this? Reasonable inference. How many people would see a photo of a person they don't know and think that they are going to be framed for murder? Hong Kongquan, I'm talking about you being too smart for your own good. Hu Xiaoheng turned around in his chair expressionlessly and turned on the big screen in the interrogation room. Look, this is the surveillance video from the police station. Do you see it? The person standing in front of Lu Dayong's apartment is you. Hong Kongquan immediately retorted, this is me. Do you have evidence? Did you measure his height? Did you see his back? You said that person was me. Do you have eyes? This is indeed a deliberate frame-up. The person in the video was indeed much taller and more muscular than Hong Kongquan himself. If one only looked at the person in the video, they would definitely not associate this person with Hong Kongquan. Hu Xiaoheng's calm and steady gaze moved over to Hong Kongquan, who was trembling nervously. This is the first night watch. It's the fourth night watch today, and will make up for yesterday's one night watch. Everyone, please cast your guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second night watch at 1 in the afternoon, the third night watch at 7 in the evening, and the fourth night watch at 9 in the evening. P.S. Thank you, Sing_Sing, for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1120. According to the police department's investigation, the person who appeared at Lu Dayong's apartment was about 1.8 meters tall and had an argument with Lu Dayong at the door. He was probably a debt collector from an online lending company. However, the police department also did a thorough investigation and found that none of the online lenders that Lu Dayong owed had sent any debt collectors to Lu Dayong's home that day. Therefore, this person was definitely not sent by the online lending company. However, it could not be ruled out that he was a debt collector sent by a private lending company without any records. This type of lending was illegal, so there was no way they would jump out and tell the police that they had sent him. At this point, this case should have become a cold case and would probably be left unsolved after a few years. However, because of Hong Kongchuan's lead, the case had surfaced again and there was a possibility that it could be solved. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Hong Kongquan with a smile and said confidently, height? Back view. Hong Kongquan, you really disappoint me. Can these indications be used to determine a person's identity? Hong Kongquan looked confused. You can tell it's not me just by looking at the height and back view. I'm not gay, and I've never been to that gay bar you mentioned. So many facts don't match, so why do you insist that it's me? Hu Xiaoheng, I've always treated you well, so why do you have to target me? Do you know what you're doing? Do you really think that you can sit back and relax in this position just because you've pulled me down? He pointed at where Hu Xiaoheng was sitting and looked very distressed. It was as if he had seen a lost sheep and was trying to persuade him to turn back. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand disapprovingly. Hong Kongwan, don't change the subject. We're talking about how to prove that the person in the surveillance video is not you. We're not talking about the personal relationship between us. It wasn't me in the first place. I've never been to this place. Hong Kongwan insisted that he had never been there. Hu Xiaoheng took back the report that recorded Hong Kongchuan's whereabouts on that day and said calmly, the surveillance system shows that you have indeed been to these places. It's fine if you don't admit it. The court is all about evidence. Murderers all say that they didn't kill anyone. If a one-sided statement can win the court's trust, then what's the use of the law? Even if you have this evidence, it's only circumstantial evidence. Hong Kongwan glared at Hu Xiaoheng. So what if I've been there? The person who appeared in this apartment wasn't me. I told you, we need to verify if this person is you. Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand. Come in. A medical staff wearing a white coat, a mask, and a medicine box pushed open the door and walked in. Hu Xiaoheng raised his chin at Hong Kongwan. That's him. Draw his blood and do a DNA test. What are you doing? Hong Kongwan stood up in shock and raised his arms to stop the medical staff from coming over. Why do you want to test my DNA? To verify your identity. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at Hong Kongwan, amused. You don't think that we can only rely on our own eyes to determine whether or not that person is you, do you? In today's society, seeing is believing is already outdated. Hu Xiaoheng stood up as well. Eyes can lie, ears can lie, and even consciousness can lie. Only your DNA doesn't lie. Don't tell me you have that person's DNA. Hong Kongwan looked at Hu Xiaoheng in shock. Don't play the game of the thief calling the thief. Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and stood tall and straight. He said casually, of course, the police have it on file. Impossible. Hong Kongwan immediately retorted. That person's apartment was burned to the ground. How could there be any evidence left? Not to mention DNA. Even if there was, it would have been burned a long time ago. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Another clue. Thank you for providing it. It seems like you know the crime scene like the back of your hand. Hong Kongchuan's face turned red. I saw it on the news. This case was on Weibo, oh. You're so concerned about this case. You even read the crime scene report released by the police. Hu Xiaoheng dug a hole for Hong Kongwan without batting an eyelid. Hong Kongwan could only take advantage of the situation and admit it. Of course, this case is very sensational, really. But just now you flatly denied that you knew anything about this case and said that you didn't know who Lu Daong was. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Actually, you said that you knew this person from the beginning and that you knew about this case from the internet. Everything made sense. What a pity, what a pity. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and sighed regretfully. It was as if they weren't talking about a murder case, but a quiz show on TV, where Hong Kongwan lost the biggest prize because of a slip of the tongue. Hong Kongchuan's face turned red, then white, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He couldn't say a word. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand. Draw. The medical staff in white walked over with a large syringe in his hand. Two other members of the Special Operations Forces came in and fixed Hong Kongwan in his seat. They rolled up his sleeves and let the doctor draw a syringe of blood. Hong Kongwan yelled with all his might, Hu Xiaoheng. You framed me. What can this evidence prove? This is the physical evidence. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the syringe in the doctor's hand. I'll go and interrogate the witness now. Witness? Who? Hong Kong-won was stunned. How could there be a witness? Wasn't Lu Daong dead? Kai Song-yin. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and curled his lips where Hong Kong-won couldn't see. Hong Kong-chuan's vision darkened. He finally understood Hu Xiaoheng's ability to prank people. He was like a skilled animal trainer holding a rope in his hand and dangling it in the air, causing the animals to jump in one by one. Hu Xiaoheng left the interrogation room Hong Kong-won was in and sat down in another interrogation room next door. Bring Kai Song-yin in. The dead Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden, Lu Daong was the link that connected Kai Song-yin to Hong Kong-won. Kai Song-yin walked in with pursed lips. She didn't have any makeup on, so she looked much older than she usually did. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her coldly for a while before pointing at the seat opposite him. Mrs. Tan, please sit. I wouldn't dare. Please call me Kai Song-yin. Kai Song-yin raised her head and sat opposite Hu Xiaoheng. I've already decided to divorce Tan Dongbang. I won't be Mrs. Tan anymore. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't interested in Kai Song-yin and Tan Dongbang's marital relationship. He looked down at Kai Song-yin's interrogation records during the day and said, Kai Song-yin, your company's accounts are not under our jurisdiction. We are only responsible for investigating whether you colluded with the Japanese and betrayed the country. Kai Song-yin, who had been very calm before, suddenly exploded. She put her hands on the table and stood up like a spring. What? Get this straight. When did I collude with the Japanese? Saying that she colluded with the Americans was somewhat true. The Japanese. Were they even worthy? The Kai family's ancestors had fought against the Japanese with real swords and guns, and many of them had died. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they had a national grudge against the Japanese. Saying that she colluded with the Japanese. They might as well stab her to death. You didn't. But your business partner, Hong Kong-won, had a good time working with the Japanese. Hu Xiaoheng rested his elbows on the table and clasped his hands together. He rested his chin on the back of his hand and looked at Kai Song-yin meaningfully. From the last election to this election, you guys worked well together. Kai Song-yin's face flushed immediately. She said angrily, what does Hong Kong-won working with the Japanese have to do with me? I have nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with him. Hu Xiaoheng once again took out the photo of the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden, Lu Daong's death and placed it in front of Kai Song-yin. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked coldly, then why did he become your assassin and kill this Weibo blogger? Kai Song-yin's heart trembled. She quickly tried to clear her name. I didn't ask him to kill anyone. I never did. She immediately realized that she had let the cat out of the bag, so she quickly corrected herself. I don't even know this person. How would I know why he wanted to kill him? I just interrogated Hong Kong-won, and he said that you ordered him to kill him. But you won't admit it. Hu Xiaoheng tried to trick Kai Song-yin without batting an eyelid. Also, the police also found out that this Weibo blogger had a financial transaction with your personal assistant. You say you don't know him. Kai Song-yin pursed her lips. She knew that she couldn't hide this anymore. From the moment she found out about Lu Daong's death, she had been worried about this day. However, she already felt wronged. She had never intended to take the blogger's life. She never thought that Hong Kong-won would be so cruel and merciless. He killed someone on his own, and now he was trying to turn the tables on her. Kai Song-yin said with a straight face, I didn't ask him to kill anyone. He did it on his own. It had nothing to do with me. It was the second night watch. Today was the fourth night watch, and it was to make up for yesterday's first night watch. Everyone, please vote for your guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third night watch at 7 p.m., and the fourth night watch at 9 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1121. Oh. According to you, you only wanted to teach this blogger a lesson, but Hong Kong acted on his own and killed him. Everything Hu Xiaoheng asked was information he had gotten from Gu Nianji. To be precise, if Gu Nianji hadn't discovered the relationship between the blogger and Kai Songyin, they probably wouldn't have known how close Hong Kong and Kai Songyin were until now. To the extent that they were willing to kill for each other, this relationship, Kai Songyin was speechless. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. Hong Kong is really loyal to you and your wife. He helped you kill people and helped Tan Dongbang cheat in the election. Why? What did you use to bribe Hong Kong? A high position and a generous salary. Or beautiful women and money? Kai Songyin's lips twitched in disdain. Major General Hu, your words are too vulgar. Couldn't Tan Dongbang and I have conquered Hong Kong with our charisma, and he automatically worked for us? We never do things like bribing people. Of course she had done it, but in her opinion, it wasn't called bribing, but an exchange of benefits. Wasn't an election a large-scale exchange of benefits permitted by law? And they hadn't even had the time to give Hong Kong any benefits, so Kai Songyin had a clear conscience. Why should she admit to something she hadn't done? You think I'll believe that? Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh mockingly. If you and Tan Dongbang have the charisma to convince Hong Kong, then the entire nation will be convinced by you. You won't need to cheat in the election anymore. You'll definitely be elected fair and square. Kai Songyin was so angry at Hu Xiaoheng that she couldn't speak. You're not going to say anything. Fine, I'll ask Tan Dongbang. Tan Dongbang is someone who has done great things, so he knows that great things don't bother with trifles. When he says it, you'll know that your last chance for a reduced sentence is gone. Hu Xiaoheng stood up. Think about it carefully. I'll go interrogate Tan Dongbang. Kai Songyin's eyes narrowed when she heard the name Tan Dongbang. A trace of disdain, disgust, and darkness flashed through her eyes. Tan Dongbang's interrogation room was opposite Kai Songyin's. When Hu Xiaoheng entered, Tan Dongbang was already sitting there. Tan Dongbang sat up uneasily when he saw Hu Xiaoheng walk in his military uniform. Major General Hu, I really didn't bribe or cheat in the election. If there's a problem with your system, you can't possibly blame it on me, right? Hu Xiaoheng looked at Tan Dongbang. He had only been locked up for a few days, but the usually elegant Tan Dongbang was like a salted vegetable in the winter, shriveled and rancid. His hair was greasy, and strands of it were tied in a knot, hanging on his shiny forehead. He probably hadn't been eating or sleeping well for the past few days. He had big dark circles under his eyes, and the flesh on his face was gone, leaving only his high cheekbones. He looked a bit like those mean women in the market. Hu Xiaoheng sat across from him and quickly cut to the chase. Tan Dongbang, why would Hong Kong help you cheat in the election? What did you offer him? Tan Dongbang froze. His eyes darted around, not daring to meet Hu Xiaoheng's eyes as he muttered. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't know anything from the beginning to the end. You're saying that Hong Kong didn't ask for anything and helped you cheat in the election twice just to get you the position of Prime Minister? Hu Xiaoheng frowned. Could it be that he has a crush on you? Pfft. Tan Dongbang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Major General Hu, you can't just say things like that. I have nothing to do with Hong Kong. This is the first time I admit that he has something to do with my wife. No, they do. His wife and my wife are best friends, so he probably helped us out of respect for his wife. There was a slight possibility of this saying being true, but it wasn't more than 0.1%. Hu Xiaoheng had never seen someone who didn't seek personal gain for personal gain. Being moved by personal charisma only applied to upright people, not shady people like Hong Kong. Besides, what about Tan Dongbang and Kai Song-in's personal charisma? That would be too difficult. They had also investigated Kai Song-in and Tan Dongbang and found that the two of them had no financial ties to Hong Kong. Not only did the two families not send each other money or gifts, but the two families even treated each other to meals in public places and didn't eat at their own homes. From this perspective, the relationship between the two families couldn't be considered particularly good. Because true family ties meant that the adults and children of the two families didn't have to worry about avoiding each other at all. In other words, Hong Kong really hadn't received any benefits. But that didn't make sense. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and thought that there could only be one explanation for this, and that was that Hong Kong was probably after something that Tan Dongbang could do for him after he took office. Tan Dongbang became prime minister, the head of state in name, and also one of the three most powerful people in the country. With this kind of status, Hong Kong could ask for many more benefits. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at Tan Dongbang with a smile. From what I see, Hong Kong helped you cheat in the election and killed someone for your wife. This has already exceeded the scope of helping your wife's best friend and her best friend's husband. Tan Dongbang frowned and thought about it for a moment before he finally understood what Hu Xiaoheng was saying. He immediately felt like grass had grown on his head. Major General Hu, what do you mean? Hong Kong might have helped me a little, but what does that have to do with my wife? Kill someone for her? Are you mistaking me for someone else? Although Tan Dongbang was happy to cheat, he absolutely couldn't accept his wife cheating on him. Hu Xiaoheng took out the photo of the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden, Liu Daiyong's death and pushed it in front of Tan Dongbang. Look at this yourself. This person offended your wife. Hong Kong personally killed him. Tan Dongbang glared at the photo and was so angry that his hands were shaking. He stammered, who is this person? Why did he offend my wife? Why did Hong Kong kill someone? Hu Xiaoheng looked at Tan Dongbang's expression and actions coldly. He actually couldn't find any flaws. He felt that Tan Dongbang wasn't faking it. He probably didn't know about the deal between Kai Song-in and Hong Kong. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, this person used your daughter to threaten your wife. Your wife was furious, he was only half telling the truth. Kai Song-in was indeed angry because her daughter had been kidnapped in New York. After reading the text, she thought that the Weibo blogger had turned around to threaten her, so she asked Hong Kong for help, hoping that he could use his Secret Service personnel to help prevent her anger. Tan Dongbang inhaled sharply. He was furious. It was because of little darling. Then he deserved to die. Tan Dongbang didn't have much affection for Kai Song-in anymore, but he still doted on his daughter, Tan Guiren. If he threatened you, you could have sued him. Why did you have to take his life? Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. Now you and your wife have another crime on your hands. I didn't want him to die. I didn't know anything about what you're talking about. Tan Dongbang wasn't lying this time. He really didn't know about returning to his alma mater to receive a medal. Fine. Even if you didn't know about this, Hong Kong still tried to help you cheat in the interim election this time. Tell me, why did he try to do it this time? Tan Dongbang said angrily, when did he try to help me cheat? He didn't help me at all this time. But there are still traces of election cheating in the surveillance system. It's almost exactly the same situation as last time. Hu Xiaoheng stared intently at Tan Dongbang. He tried his best to remain calm and not reveal any emotions that might be interpreted too much. He continued to ask, wasn't the person who helped you this time Hong Kong? Was it someone else? This was the reason why Hu Xiaoheng had gone one big circle and asked all three of them separately. He had always felt that these three people weren't the masterminds. They were only the agents of the masterminds behind the scenes. It was the third watch. Today was the fourth watch. It was yesterday's first watch. Everyone's guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Hurry up and vote. 9 p.m., the fourth watch. Mwah. Chapter 11:22. Tan Dongbang obviously wasn't as good as the professionally trained Hong Kongwan when it came to controlling his expression and emotions. Hu Xiaohing's words, "Wasn't Hong Kongwan the one who helped you this time? It was someone else." As soon as he said that, Tan Dongbang looked at Hu Xiaohing as if he had seen a ghost and almost screamed. What? What? What did you say? I don't understand a single word. Tan Dongbang waved his fists angrily. I said I didn't cheat, so I didn't cheat. Who the hell knows how your stupid system could be like this? No, there's nothing wrong with the system. You set me up on purpose. Hu Xiaohing sighed and shook his head. You and Hong Kongwan were taught by the same teacher. And you were trained by the same institution. Both of your excuses are exactly the same. Both of them had been set up by someone else, and both of them were innocent, honest people who knew nothing. That's the truth. Tan Dongbang was so scared that his legs were cramping. He never would have guessed that the mastermind behind the scenes was so powerful. How could Hu Xiaohing have discovered him? If this person even knew about the mastermind behind the scenes, was there anything in this world that he didn't know? Tan Dongbang had lost all hope in this world, and his emotions hovered on the edge of collapse. Hu Xiaohing had been calmly observing Tan Dongbang's expression to adjust his strategy. Seeing that Tan Dongbang was about to collapse, Hu Xiaohing suddenly said, "It was also this person who helped you last time, right? But last time, this person helped you through Hong Kongwan." Tan Dongbang was flabbergasted as he stared at Hu Xiaohing. The red veins in his eyes could be seen clearly. Hu Xiaohing's tone became more and more severe. Hong Kongwan is hopeless. He has the Japanese behind him. Disrupting national order, interfering in the election to cheat, killing civil servants, and betraying national secrets. Every one of his crimes is enough for him to die several times over. Tan Dongbang, are you still going to cooperate with this kind of person, protect this kind of person, and die with him? If it wasn't for Hong Kongwan, you would at most be guilty of election bribery, not death. But you're colluding with Hong Kongwan and betraying the country. That's a capital crime. Treason was a death sentence no matter which country it was in. Tan Dongbang finally broke down and let out a low wail from his throat. He abruptly clutched his head with his hands and yelled, "No! No! I did not betray my country. I did not collude with the enemy. I don't want to die." Hu Xiaohing quietly watched as Tan Dongbang wailed. After a while, he changed the subject and softened his tone. "However, as long as you tell the truth and draw a clear line between you and Hong Kongwan, I will plead with the military court to turn you into a tainted witness." Hu Xiaohing leaned forward and said in a low voice, "You will definitely be spared from the death penalty." But he couldn't escape punishment. Given Tan Dongbang's crimes, if he wasn't executed, he would be imprisoned for the rest of his life. But Tan Dongbang was fine as long as he didn't face the death penalty. As for whether Hong Kongwan would die or not, what did that have to do with him? He was doing it to protect himself. Tan Dongbang panted heavily. "Are you serious? Do you dare to guarantee it? As long as I tell you the truth, will you spare my life?" Hu Xiaohing pointed at the position of the camera. "Everything here is recorded and recorded. If I go back on my word, you can say it in the military court. We're not going to lynch anyone." Knowing that he wouldn't have to die, Tan Dongbang slowly regained his breath. Propping himself up on the table, he sat up straight and nodded. "Fine, I'll tell you, but you have to remember your promise." He then said angrily, "Little darling is infatuated with you. How could you treat her parents like this?" Hu Xiaohing was speechless. Was this their revenge on him for saying that Hong Kong-Wan had a crush on him earlier, so they were doing this to disgust Hu Xiaoheng? Hu Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore, no matter how cultured and self-controlled he was, to be paired up with their idiot daughters so many times. Hu Xiaoheng's expression turned completely cold. His gaze shot over like a poisoned arrow. He sat up straight in his chair and enunciated each word clearly, "Don't be so shameless. Don't you know what kind of person would be interested in your daughter?" He had to restrain his anger to not curse. Tan Dongbang's face turned red instantly. It looked even worse than when he had just collapsed. He looked at Hu Xiaoheng in shock and stammered, You don't even like my daughter. Then why did you personally go to New York to save her?" Hu Xiaoheng took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. "I'm a soldier. Helping the citizens is my duty, but that doesn't include arranged marriages. All right, if you keep talking about this, your daughter will have to come and help with the investigation." With that, Tan Dongbang finally ended the topic. He didn't dare mention Tan Guiren again. He knew that he and Kai Songyin might have brought this upon themselves, but his daughter, Tan Guiren, was completely innocent. Tan Dongbang looked like he was about to cry. He rested his hands on the table and said weakly, "Then if I tell you, will you definitely plead to the court?" "Swear." Hu Xiaoheng refused to swear. "It's fine if you don't believe me. If swearing worked, then you wouldn't have cheated. How many people who cheated would actually remember the sacred vows made at their wedding?" Tan Dongbang's face twitched. He completely understood that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't someone who would be swayed by force or persuasion. In front of him, the only way to get some benefits was to confess and be lenient. There is someone helping Hong Kong-Wan behind the scenes. That person is very powerful and has been working with Hong Kong-Wan since 7 years ago. Tan Dongbang muttered in a low voice and spoke very quickly. This information regarding Hong Kong-Wan had been revealed to him by that person in order to gain Tan Dongbang's trust. Even the person behind the scenes probably didn't expect that a person with such ambitions to become prime minister would have such a weak psychological defense. However, low-class goods that relied on packaging all had this characteristic. Hu Xiaoheng keenly heard the words, 7 years ago. If he looked at the timeline, Gu Nianji had also suddenly appeared at the scene of the car accident in Sea City 7 years ago. What does that person look like? How did they communicate? This was what Hu Xiaoheng was most interested in. Logically speaking, Hong Kong-Wan was the director of the Secret Service. His every move was under heavy scrutiny. There were countless overt and covert surveillance. How could someone break through all these obstacles and bypass his surveillance to communicate with Hong Kong-Wan for 7 years without being discovered? Tan Dongbang shook his head. "I don't know what he looks like. I've never seen him before, and I believe that Hong Kong-Wan has never seen him either. We've always communicated with him through the phone." Phone. Hu Xiaoheng furrowed his brows as he vaguely felt that this didn't make sense. Tan Dongbang and Hong Kong-Chuan's landlines and phones were all monitored by him. If such a call had come in, and if that person had only contacted Hong Kong-Wan and Tan Dongbang directly through the phone, how could he not know? Could it be that the phone surveillance system had also malfunctioned? Or could it be that the people monitoring the phone had malfunctioned? Hu Xiaoheng could only think of these two possibilities because he couldn't think of any other reason at the moment. The phone surveillance system was a sub-program of the central control system. He remembered that he had checked it earlier and it hadn't been invaded by the 4 lines of AI programming language. As for the people monitoring the phone, they were randomly assigned to monitor a company. If something had happened to the people monitoring the phone, they would have had to bribe someone from the entire company to do it. Was it possible? Of course not. Hu Xiaoheng quickly eliminated these two possibilities. Of course, he would send people to verify his conclusions again. The phone surveillance system would use Gu Nianji's program to check again. That program could even detect the intrusion of the central control system's AI programming language, so a small phone surveillance system was not even worth mentioning. The company monitoring the phone would also have to be re-investigated, but Hu Xiaoheng was still inclined to believe that it had nothing to do with them before they were confirmed to be guilty. There must be other factors that allowed the person behind the scenes to escape his heavy surveillance. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Tan Dongbang silently and said coldly, "How did you communicate through the phone? Explain clearly." It was the fourth night watch. Today was the fourth night watch to make up for yesterday's one night watch. Everyone's guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Hurry up and vote. Mwah. P.S. The previous chapter has been edited, so please download it again. Chapter 11:23. Confusion appeared on Tan Dongbang's face as he looked at Hu Xiaoheng and said in confusion, "Actually, I don't understand how he did it either." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. "To be honest, when I first received his call, I thought someone was playing a prank on me." Tan Dongbang sighed deeply. This matter had been weighing on his mind for almost a month. From the day he received that mysterious call, he had been in a daze and felt like it was all a dream. Hu Xiaoheng pushed the pen and paper in front of him to Tan Dongbang. "What was his phone number? Write it down." Hu Xiaoheng didn't actually expect it to be a real phone number. Everyone in the Special Operations Forces knew how to use a fake phone number to call someone, so the act was definitely more authentic than real gold. But as long as there was a number, it could be traced, even if it was a fake number. Hu Xiaoheng mentally prepared himself to start with the fake number, but when he saw the number Tan Dongbang had written down, his mind still went blank for a moment. A 4-digit phone number. Is this an internal line? Hu Xiaoheng snapped out of his daze and twisted the paper between his fingers as he asked Tan Dongbang with a cold expression. If a 4-digit phone number could be connected, it would at most be an internal line. Otherwise, it couldn't be a real number. Tan Dongbang said awkwardly, "I thought so at first, but the internal lines of the cabinet, the office of the Prime Minister, and the military are all 5-digit numbers, not 4-digit numbers. Also, he could directly dial this number from his phone." The phone showed that it wasn't an internal line number, but an international number. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. An international number. Tan Dongbang spread his hands. "You should have checked my phone. There must be records of incoming and outgoing calls." When they were arrested, their phones, watches, jewelry, wallets, and everything else they had on them had been confiscated for safekeeping. Also, as evidence, their phones had also been thoroughly checked. Logically speaking, there should have been call records. But Hu Xiaoheng was certain that he hadn't seen this abnormal number on Tan Dongbang's phone test report. If a 4-digit international number had really appeared on Tan Dongbang's phone, his subordinates would never have missed such an obvious clue. But their report didn't mention this number at all. Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a moment. He sent a text message to his subordinates and asked them to send Tan Dongbang's phone over. He asked Tan Dongbang to continue speaking. "And then? What did the owner of this number say to you?" It wasn't that he didn't trust his subordinates, but if they were expert hackers, it wasn't impossible for them to hack into Tan Dongbang's phone and hide the records. To be on the safe side, he had to check it again. Hu Xiaoheng listened to Tan Dongbang ramble on about his interactions with that person during the few minutes he waited for his subordinates to deliver Tan Dongbang's phone. That person should be a man. His voice is deep and rough, and he speaks very slowly. When he's talking on the phone, it seems like he's very far away. The signal on the phone is not very good, and sometimes it's intermittent, but I can still hear what he's saying. Tan Dongbang recalled the miraculous experiences of the past month. At that time, I was already in despair. I wanted to give up the election, and let Bai Jianqing be the prime minister. Just when I was at my worst, the phone call came in. He told me that as long as I promised to do one thing for him after I was elected, he would help me get elected. I was furious when I heard that. I thought it was some bored person messing with me, so I scolded him. But that person wasn't angry. After I finished scolding him, he told me that he was the one who helped Hong Kong control the voting monitoring system when I was elected for the first time. Then he told me some specific data about the votes and the actual voting data. It matched my records perfectly. I finally believed him after he said that. Tan Dong Bang sighed with infinite regret. To be honest, I couldn't believe it myself that I was elected for the first time. I thought that Song Yin really did a lot of work. Hu Xiaoheng nodded without batting an eyelid. This also matched his investigation, so it shouldn't have been faked. And then? You just cooperated with him. Tan Dongbang closed his eyes. Of course. As long as I can be elected, the methods aren't important. The results are. Even if he had used improper means to get into office, wouldn't he be able to make up for it as long as he put the nation's interests first? Actually, he had forgotten that people who used improper means to get into office would never be able to overcome their selfish desires and greed. After getting into office, they would only crazily pursue their own interests and would never put the nation's interests first. He had only thought this way to numb himself and convince himself of what little conscience he had left. Did that person say his conditions? Hu Xiaoheng circled the number. At that moment, his subordinate pushed open the door and came in to deliver Tan Dongbang's phone to him in an evidence bag. Hu Xiaoheng put on special sensor gloves and opened the evidence bag. He took out Tan Dongbang's phone and began to quickly search for the content of the call. Tan Dongbang looked at his phone and blushed slightly. He murmured, "That person didn't say anything. He only said that he would contact me again if I was elected." It was also because that person hadn't mentioned a single condition before being elected that Tan Dongbang was increasingly convinced that he really wanted to help him get elected. If he was a swindler, he would definitely make all sorts of demands before being elected. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything else and focused all his attention on Tan Dongbang's phone. He spent a full half an hour searching but still couldn't find any 4-digit phone numbers in Tan Dongbang's phone contacts. There were no records of calls being made or incoming. Hu Xiaoheng furrowed his brows. Could Tan Dongbang's words be trusted? Did he really have this number, or had he gone crazy for the election and imagined a mysterious number and a mysterious person out of thin air? Hu Xiaoheng glanced up at Tan Dongbang and tossed his phone onto the table. He said calmly, "There's no record on your phone that proves you called this number, nor is there any record that proves this number called you. Why? Or are you not willing to tell the truth? If you make up a story, you'll end up very badly with me." "I didn't make up a story." Tan Dongbang panicked. He grabbed his phone and opened the contacts. "A few days ago, on the day of the election, I kept calling this person." He clearly remembered that he had called this number many times. There were records of calls being made and incoming on his phone. However, when he opened the contacts, he couldn't find any records of this number no matter how hard he searched. It was as if everything had really been a dream. How is this possible? How is this possible? I clearly called this number many times. I remember. Tan Dongbang clutched his head and began to scream. He suddenly couldn't find the source of the things he thought were real in his memories. He also began to doubt the authenticity of his memories. "I swear. I really called this number. That person also told me many things about Hong Kong. How could I have imagined this out of thin air?" Tan Dongbang was so anxious he wanted to grab Hu Xiaoheng's hand. "Believe me. You can ask Hong Kong if you don't believe me. I don't believe he had the same dream as me." Seeing that Tan Dongbang was so agitated that he was incoherent, Hu Xiaoheng finally took back Tan Dongbang's phone dubiously. He stood up and said, "Go rest first. I'll go ask Hong Kong again." You have to go ask him. You'll know if I'm telling the truth. Tan Dongbang was still shouting as he was taken away. However, after Hu Xiaoheng left Tan Dongbang's interrogation room, he didn't go directly to Hong Kong Quan. Instead, he went to Kai Songyin's interrogation room. When a female Special Operations Forces member brought Kai Songyin over, Kai Songyin was as nervous as a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Kai Songyin's heart sank when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's confident expression. She thought that the spineless jerk Tan Dongbang must have confessed, so she immediately said, "I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. I'll still say the same thing. I didn't ask Hong Kong Quan to kill anyone. I only told him that the Weibo blogger threatened my daughter, so I had to teach him a lesson." "Why would the Weibo blogger threaten your daughter out of nowhere?" Hu Xiaoheng's face was expressionless as he looked down and jotted something down on a piece of paper. Kai Songyin choked. Should she say what she was going to say next or not? If she told the truth, would it cause more problems? At that moment, Kai Songyin didn't know that Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji had already discovered that she was secretly trying to defame them and was still trying to cover it up. Hu Xiaoheng grew impatient and threw out the short article summary that he had prepared. Was it because of this? This was something that Gu Nianji had discovered by chance from the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden. It was a description of the unspeakable incident between Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. Of course, it wasn't the original text. It was just a summary. Kai Songyin's face flushed as she glanced at it. She suddenly froze. She grabbed the piece of paper and looked at it, then looked at Hu Xiaoheng. "Where did you get this?" Hu Xiaoheng replied calmly, "Where did you get this?" Of course it was a blog post by the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden. "Don't you know? But this isn't what I asked him to write." Kai Songyin was angry and happy at the same time. The conflicted expression on her face was a little scary. This was the first watch. Today was the third watch. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1 p.m. and the third watch at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 11:24. Really? You didn't ask him to write this? Hu Xiaoheng was unmoved and didn't seem to believe her at all. He replied professionally, "Do you have evidence that you didn't ask him to write this? And what did you ask him to write?" Kai Songyin thought about it. She had asked the Weibo blogger to write about Gu Nianji's shamelessness, and Hu Xiaoheng would appear as a positive person who wouldn't be tempted. Therefore, she only attacked Gu Nianji and had mercy on Hu Xiaoheng. Kai Songyin wanted her daughter to marry Hu Xiaoheng, so of course she couldn't ruin Hu Xiaoheng's reputation. However, the brief synopsis that Hu Xiaoheng had taken out had properly tarnished Gu Nianji's reputation and Hu Xiaoheng's reputation. It was even more damaging to Hu Xiaoheng. He had been tarnished to the point where he would never be able to make a comeback. Kai Songyin wouldn't do something like that even if she thought about it with her knees. She smiled wryly. "I know Major General Hua has high standards. I originally had high hopes for you and did everything I could to get you to marry my little darling. Since I see you as my son-in-law, why would I use this kind of thing against you? What would happen to my daughter if I took you down?" Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. It sounded somewhat reasonable. Kai Songyin was calmer than Tan Dongbang and spoke more logically. She thought that Hu Xiaoheng had already broken up with Gu Nianji, so it wouldn't be a problem to say it out. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng's calm composure, Kai Songyin actually felt a bit scared. She nervously said the name of her entertainment company's public relations manager. "Go find him and ask him for the outline I gave him back then. I'm asking him to find a web novelist who writes about new media, write something, and then spread it. You know that I don't like Gu Nianji and don't want her to continue dragging you down, so I've been attacking her. However, this article you gave me is an equal blow to you and her. It might even be a bigger blow to you. I'm not that stupid. I won't do something like killing 1,000 enemies and hurting 800 of my own people. I'm a businessman, and businessmen pay particular attention to making money with harmony. Hu Xiaoheng said, "This is what you mean by making money with harmony." He didn't feel good just because Kai Songyin said she only targeted Gu Nianji and not him. On the contrary, he felt even worse. Due to the special nature of his job, he never cared about what others thought of him. As long as you think it is right, you will persist in doing it. If Kai Songyin had looked down on him and targeted him, he would never have taken it to heart. But now Kai Songyin was targeting Gu Nianji. Not only Kai Songyin, but many people in their circle were probably thinking the same thing. He felt that Gu Nianji wasn't good enough for him. Even though he knew that she was no longer an orphan and had a powerful father and family, he still subconsciously looked down on her. He felt that she was trying to climb the social ladder by being with Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was smart and sensitive to these situations, so she probably felt it more clearly than he did, right? But she still chose to be with him. For the first time, Hu Xiaoheng felt that he had treated Gu Nianji like a jerk. His forceful and arbitrary decisions, his unquestionable, his forbearance and calmness, were all because she loved him. Hu Xiaoheng was still sitting there. His expression didn't change, but the corner of his heart that belonged to Gu Nianji had fallen into a complete mess. Kai Songyin had told him everything and only hoped that she would have a chance to get Hu Xiaoheng's forgiveness and understand that she wasn't in cahoots with Hong Kongwan. She had even drawn the line between her and Tan Dongbang a long time ago. Major General Hu, I really didn't know that Hong Kongwan was colluding with the Japanese. Kai Songyin began to plead. I've told you everything I can. Can you give me a lenient sentence? Hu Xiaoheng looked at the message from Kai Songyin's company's public relations manager and mused, I'll go investigate your public relations manager. If you didn't lie, then there must be something wrong with your public relations manager. Kai Songyin's mouth formed an O shape and didn't close for a long time. Hu Xiaoheng came out of Kai Songyin's interrogation room and immediately applied for a search and arrest warrant to investigate the public relations manager of Kai Songyin's company. Yin Shixiang specially brought people to Kai Songyin's entertainment company and found out that the public relations manager had already resigned yesterday and was nowhere to be found. Of course, nowhere to be found was only for normal people. For people like Hu Xiaoheng, no one could be nowhere to be found, unless they were dead. Hu Xiaoheng, that person resigned yesterday. It looks like there really is something wrong. Yin Shixiang asked Hu Xiaoheng over the phone. Should we conduct a nationwide search? Hu Xiaoheng thought about it. Just freeze his bank account and credit cards. I'll see where he can run if he has no money. Roger, Chief. Yin Shixiang agreed with a smile and quickly went to the bank to request a freeze. They took the search and arrest warrant from the court and went directly to the bank. You want to freeze it? The bank's VIP account manager looked at the search and arrest warrant Yin Shixiang showed him and quickly said, This is our big client. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Yin Shixiang knocked on the table and said nonchalantly, Big client. How big could he be? He had done his research. The public relations manager of Kai Songyin's company was a university student from a small county. He was very smart and very capable. He had risen through the ranks rather quickly and had an annual salary of 300,000. This kind of person, no matter how rich he was, where could he go? So when the bank's VIP account manager showed Yin Shixiang the person's account balance, his eyes almost popped out of his head. How many zeros are there? I can't even count them. Yin Shixiang joked. More than 90 million. The account balance was actually 300 times his annual salary. This was a proper crime of having a large amount of wealth of unknown origin. Yes, it will soon reach 100 million. The bank's VIP account manager smiled widely. So shouldn't you check again? Maybe you got the wrong person. There's no mistake. It's him. Give me a detailed account of his bank account, starting from the day the 90 million entered his bank account. Yin Shixiang slapped the search and arrest warrant into the bank's VIP account manager's hands. Hurry up and freeze his bank account and credit cards. Don't hinder us from arresting him. His last sentence was very serious. The bank's VIP account manager didn't dare to joke around with him anymore. He quickly waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to freeze the bank account and credit cards. Less than half an hour after the freeze, an ATM in a bank branch in the imperial capital sounded an alarm. Someone was trying to withdraw money from the bank account they had just frozen at this ATM. Yin Shixiang quickly pulled up the surveillance footage of the ATM and saw that it was the public relations manager of Kai Songyin's Entertainment Limited Company trying to withdraw money. XX branch. I'm from the Special Operations Forces. I have a mission that requires your cooperation. Yin Shixiang quickly mobilized the police officers patrolling near the ATM and asked them to help arrest the person. Because the arrest warrant was with Yin Shixiang, he ordered the nearby police officers to arrest the person while he quickly drove to the destination with his men. It was the second watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 1125. The PR manager from Kai Songyin's entertainment company had already fled, but due to a momentary lapse in judgment, he didn't leave the imperial capital in time. When he was withdrawing money, he was escorted into a police car by a swarm of police officers. Yin Shixiang arrived with his men and immediately took over. They took him into a military vehicle and locked him up in the Special Operations Forces Suspect building. Hong Kongquan, Tan Dongbang, and Kai Songyin were all locked up there. Hu Xiaoheng heard that Yin Shixiang had brought the PR manager back so quickly and patted him on the shoulder. Good job, Big Xiong. I'll give you a drumstick tonight. Yin Shixiang chuckled. Hu Xiao, I don't need the drumstick. Can you give me something else? Like approving my marriage application or something. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly seemed to become selectively deaf. He said, set up the interrogation rooms so that Kai Songyin and her PR manager can confront each other. Of course, before that, he had to interrogate the PR manager. Arriving at the PR manager's interrogation room, Hu Xiaoheng casually sat down in front of him. Why did you run? The PR manager forced himself to be calm as he pushed up his glasses. I didn't run. I resigned normally. Sir, the law doesn't say I can't resign, right? Hu Xiaoheng crossed his legs and listened to his nonsense as he flipped through the bank details brought back by Yin Shixiang. He said calmly, the law doesn't say I can't resign, but the law says that illegal assets will be confiscated, and there will be a fine and sentence. What? What illegal assets do I have? Every penny I have is earned with my own hard work. Go ask around and find out who the desperate man of Kai's entertainment company is. The PR manager was indeed a PR manager. He was very good at changing the subject. However, Hu Xiaoheng wasn't an ignorant person. He wasn't easily led astray. You worked hard to earn every penny. Including bribing a lousy writer to write this kind of article? Hu Xiaoheng slapped the short article summary on the PR manager's desk. Look at this yourself. Is this worth 90 million? The PR manager's face turned pale with fright. He stammered, what nonsense are you talking about? Who did I bribe? You can't slander me. The PR manager snapped out of his daze and recalled that the Weibo blogger, Churchill's Garden, Lu Daong was already dead. No one knew that he had anything to do with this incident, so he quickly armed himself. I never say things without evidence. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. Tell me where the 90 million came from first. I don't think you filed your taxes, have you? An unexpected windfall of 90 million, Only a fool would file taxes, the PR manager muttered in his heart and became more and more unscrupulous. He crossed his arms and said, "This is a gift from someone." So what? Is giving gifts against the law? I'm not an official, so it's none of your business. Hua Xiaoheng raised his brows. Who gave it to you? If you can't tell me where it came from, I'll confiscate the 90 million. Actually, even if he told them where he came from, it would still be confiscated. The PR manager stared at him. Which law says I can't receive a large gift? You can't be unreasonable. Do you know what money laundering is? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the man who knew nothing about the law. Can you feel at ease if such a large amount of money is transferred to your account? Actually, there was also a problem with the bank's surveillance. Such a large amount of money was transferred to an ordinary account, but they didn't report it. But Hua Xiaoheng thought about it again. Domestic anti-money laundering matters were reported to the Secret Service, and the head of the Secret Service had always been Hong Kongwan. Therefore, some seemingly unrelated clues came together and formed a knot. If the bank had reported such a large amount of money, Hong Kongwan would definitely know about it. But he didn't order the bank to investigate, and instead hid this information. That was interesting. What role did Hong Kongwan play in all of this? The PR manager panicked when he heard the word money laundering. He yelled, "You're saying I'm laundering money? Show me the evidence. People like you have to show evidence to prove that they're not laundering money." Hua Xiaoheng stared at him again, his gaze sharp as an arrow. "Tell me, who gave you the money? Was it Kai Songyin?" The PR manager's expression changed. After a while, he stiffened his neck. So what if it was? So what if it wasn't? If it was, come with me to see someone. Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and stood up. He brought the PR manager to Kai Songyin's interrogation room. As soon as the PR manager entered and saw Kai Songyin, he looked like he had seen a ghost and was about to kneel. Miss Kai." The PR manager's forehead glistened with sweat. Kai Songyin looked at him and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Yes, it was him. I asked him to contact that Weibo blogger." The PR manager's face turned ashen, and he couldn't even stand straight. Hua Xiaoheng placed the PR manager's bank details in front of Kai Songyin. "He just said that you gave him the 90 million. Kai Songyin was furious as soon as she saw it. "Nonsense. When did I ever give you that much money? I was generous enough to give you an annual salary of 300,000. You." Suddenly, Kai Songyin understood. She pounced on the PR manager, who had already fallen to the ground, and kicked him. "You traitorous B***TCH. You're really trying to get me killed. Tell me. Who gave you the money? What did he ask you to do?" Hua Xiaoheng extended the summary of the short article to the PR manager. "Look at this yourself. What is this?" The PR manager glanced at it and still tried to defend himself. "Miss Kai asked me to find someone to write this. She paid me 90 million to seal my mouth. Bullsh**T. Do you need me to seal your mouth? You'll be killed sooner or later." Kai Songyin shook her head in disdain. "My entire fortune is less than 90 million. How would I give you 90 million in cash? Major General Hua, he's lying. Don't believe him." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "We've already searched his house with a search warrant. We should have results soon." By now, the PR manager had completely broken down. He sprawled on the ground and sobbed. "I was just momentarily blinded by greed. Someone contacted me and asked me to replace Chief Kai's essay. They promised me a 90 million yuan reward. I've never seen so much money before, so I agreed. Miss Kai is also slandering Miss Gu and Major General Hua anyway. Slandering my ass. Kai Song-yin was furious. I was only targeting Gu Nianji. When did I ask you to slander Major General Hua? What happened to the email I sent you? I deleted it, the PR manager said dejectedly. Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly, it's fine. As long as the hard drive is still there, we can recover everything. The PR manager. It was already too late to argue. An hour later, Hua Xiaoheng recovered all the deleted data on his laptop hard drive and found the original outline that Kai Song-yin had sent him. It was indeed as Kai Song-yin had said. The content she wanted to write was to slander Gu Nianji, but it was actually to support Hua Xiaoheng. However, the short article that had been replaced was extremely disgusting. He really didn't know whether the mastermind hated Hua Xiaoheng more or Gu Nianji more. Or perhaps they hated both equally. Hua Xiaoheng felt that it wasn't surprising that someone hated him. Of course, his enemies hated him to the core. However, he couldn't understand why someone hated Gu Nianji so intensely. Gu Nianji was only 19 years old and had never done anything bad. Who hated her so much that they wanted to destroy her reputation and make her live a life worse than death? For some reason, this method reminded Hua Xiaoheng of the sinister H3OB7 incident from 2 years ago. It was practically the same despicable and vicious act. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and found the email attachment that someone had sent him in the PR manager's email. It was the outline of the short article that had been replaced. It even provided some extremely detailed descriptions. Hua Xiaoheng, he looked at it silently for a while before physically deleting the entire attachment. Then, he used the formatting program that he had written himself to format a hard drive partition. This way, even if he recovered the deleted data on the hard drive, the data that he had specially formatted could not be recovered. This time, since he had found the email that someone had sent him, he could also find the IP address that had sent the email. When Hua Xiaoheng saw the invalid IP address that he and Gu Nianji were very familiar with, he completely understood. From start to finish, they only had one enemy. This was the third watch. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 11:26. Hua Xiaoheng put the PR manager's laptop back into the evidence bag and waved for someone to take it away. He stood up and said to the public relations manager, who was sobbing on the ground, and Kai Song-yin, who was standing to the side with a face full of anger, everything you said today has been recorded and recorded. I will communicate with the court and have Kai Song-yin become a tainted witness. Hua Xiaoheng's deep eyes narrowed as he walked out of the Special Operations Forces building. It was almost daybreak. The great purple sky was turning white, embedded in the edge of the white clouds. The sun hid behind the clouds, ready to burst out at any moment. It was another sleepless night, but Hua Xiaoheng wasn't sleepy at all. In fact, he was very excited. It was just that it couldn't be seen from the outside. He left calmly with steady steps and returned to his official residence. It wasn't even 6 a.m. yet, so Hua Xiaoheng changed into casual clothes and went to the training field to do his daily morning exercise, a 10-kilometer cross-country obstacle run. It was already 7 a.m. when he ran back, drenched in sweat. He walked in through the door with the warmth of the sun. He took off his casual jacket and put on a black t-shirt. When he turned around to change his shoes, he saw a slim figure squatting down and placing a pair of comfortable shoes at his feet. It was Gu Nianji. Looking down, Hua Xiaoheng felt a bit hot when he saw her dark, silky hair draping down her back like seaweed. He should have run another 10 kilometers, he thought vaguely as he pulled Gu Nianji up from the ground and carried her to the shoe cabinet in the entryway. He cupped the back of her head with one hand and held her waist with the other. He leaned over and kissed her. Gu Nianji gripped the hem of his t-shirt with one hand and gently responded to his kiss. Her other hand rested on his muscular arm. They were so engrossed in the kiss that there was a loud thud in the living room. It sounded like someone had fallen. Hua Xiaoheng let go of Gu Nianji and buried his face in her neck, panting slightly. Gu Nianji's clear eyes looked over his broad shoulders and saw Yin Shixiang gritting his teeth as he got up from the ground in the living room. He picked up the coffee table that he had knocked over. Gu Nianji's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. She took a deep breath and was intoxicated by Hua Xiaoheng's scent. He must have just finished exercising. He was still drenched in sweat, but it didn't smell bad. Instead, it felt like male hormones were exploding. It was like the summer breeze brushing against his cheeks. It was warm and carried the saltiness of the sea breeze. Hua Xiaoheng noticed her little movements and his heart softened. He loved her so much that he gently carried her down from the shoe cabinet and kissed her forehead. "Have you had breakfast?" "I just got up, not yet. I was waiting for you to eat together." Gu Nianji held hands with him as they walked into the living room. "Be good. I'm going to take a shower. You go to the dining room first and wait for me for breakfast." Hua Xiaoheng patted her shoulder gently and walked towards the spiral staircase. Gu Nianji walked into the living room with a smile that she couldn't hide. Yin Shixiang was already sitting in the dining room, holding an open morning newspaper in front of him. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing when she recalled how embarrassed Yin Shixiang was in the living room. She said cheerfully, "Brother Xiong, why didn't you know how to walk just now? How could you fall in the living room?" She clearly knew that Yin Shixiang had probably seen her being intimate with Hua Xiaoheng and was so shocked that he fell. However, she pretended not to know anything. Yin Shixiang peeked out from the top of the morning newspaper and saw that Gu Nianji was alone. He finally sighed and put down the newspaper. He frowned and whined, "Do you know it's against the rules for you to be so lovey-dovey in public so early in the morning?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "This is Hua Xiao's official residence. It's not a public place. I haven't even said you were looking at me indecently, and you're still trying to blame me." Yin Shixiang laughed and leaned forward to ask quietly, "Didn't you guys break up? Are you back together now?" Gu Nianji took the knife and spread peanut butter on the toast. She said nonchalantly, "Not yet. I'm still thinking about it." Yin Shixiang pounded the table. "Don't try to trick me. Look at you two kissing like your lips are almost touching, and you're telling me you're still thinking about it. You're about to melt in Hua Xiao's arms." Gu Nianji blushed and glared at Yin Shixiang. "How can you talk like that? Didn't Chi-Chi teach you to pretend you didn't see this kind of thing?" Yin Shixiang immediately softened when he heard the name Ma Chi-Chi. He stopped arguing with Gu Nianji and said listlessly, "I haven't seen Chi-Chi recently." Because of the interim election, Yin Shixiang had been living in the Senate building for almost half a month and hadn't left the building for even a minute. Gu Nianji quickly comforted him. "Are you okay today? Go find her soon. Go study with her, eat with her, and go shopping." Yin Shixiang's mind was filled with thoughts about his marriage report. Hua Xiaoheng had stuck him and kept making him rewrite it. He was almost writing until his fingers were cramping. Yin Shixiang's eyes turned and sneakily walked to Gu Nianji's side to sit down. He whispered, "Nianji, Hua Xiao is courting you, right?" Gu Nianji quietly moved to the side. "Let's talk things out. Don't try to play tricks." Yin Shixiang chuckled. "I have something to ask of you." "No, Chi-Chi and I have something to ask of you." Gu Nianji poured herself a glass of milk. "What is it?" "About you and Chi-Chi. As long as I can help, I will." Yin Shixiang was overjoyed and quickly said, "It's like this. I submitted my marriage report with Chi-Chi several times, but Hua Xiao didn't approve it. He kept making me rewrite it. I've already rewritten it several times." Gu Nianji didn't understand. "I might not be able to help with this." The marriage report is such a serious matter. I don't want to get involved. This concerns Chi-Chi's marriage. Hu Xiao probably didn't approve because you didn't do a good enough job. Brother Xiong, you can do it. I'm on your side. Her words sounded nice, but she didn't have any intention of helping him at all. Yin Shixiang glared at her. Brother Xiong doted on you for nothing. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng had just showered and walked down in his military uniform. He asked refreshingly. What do you mean doted on you for nothing? Big Xiong, what are you talking about? Yin Shixiang's face paled. He quickly stood up and pulled out a seat for Hu Xiaoheng. He politely invited him to sit down. No, I was just joking with Nianji. Right, Nianji? Gu Nianji giggled and nodded. Yes, Brother Xiong said the marriage report was difficult to write, so he asked me to write it for him. I didn't agree, so Brother Xiong said he doted on me for nothing. She casually found an excuse. Yin Shixiang sighed in relief and secretly gave her a thumbs up under the table. Hu Xiaoheng sat down next to Gu Nianji and smiled. Big Xiong, I've already decided to approve your marriage report. What's wrong? You think it's not good enough, so you want to write it a few more times. Oh. Really? Yin Shixiang was so happy he almost jumped up. Didn't you say you needed to think about it last time? He thought he would have to call back and rewrite it again. Hu Xiaoheng thought to himself that times had changed, but he didn't explain. He dragged his breakfast over and said calmly, I've thought about it for a few days. Seeing how sincere you are, I've decided to approve it so you don't keep bothering me. Yin Shixiang pressed his palms together. He was practically worshipping Hu Xiaoheng like a god. He didn't even eat breakfast. He grabbed a beef bun and said to Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Xiao, I'll take the day off to find Chi-Chi and tell her the good news. Go. Bring Chi-Chi over for dinner when you're free. Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand behind him. Yin Shixiang had already run out of the room with invisible eyes. Gu Nianji laughed so hard she almost collapsed on the table. Hu Xiaoheng served her a bowl of millet porridge, a crispy fried dough stick, and 2 small shrimp soup dumplings. He placed them in front of her. Gu Nianji ate 2 toasted bread slices, drank the porridge, and ate the fried dough stick. Then, she finished the shrimp soup dumplings on the table. After eating, she collapsed on the chair and sighed. I've gained at least 2 pounds after this breakfast. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. His eyes swept over Gu Nianji's perky chest without batting an eyelid. He smoothly changed the topic. Do you have anything going on today? Gu Nianji shook her head. No, but I plan to go back to work at the Senate tomorrow. She had originally planned to rest for 7 to 8 days. However, she only rested for 4 to 5 days before she couldn't take it anymore. It felt terrible to have nothing to do. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Come with me to the central control room later. There are some things I need to tell you. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Is it related to Hong Kong Quan, Tan Dongbang, and Kai Song Yin? She had always wanted to know what was going on. However, this was within the scope of Hu Xiaoheng's authority. If they didn't take the initiative to say it, Gu Nianji didn't even dare to ask. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. More or less. After breakfast, Gu Nianji followed Hu Xiaoheng to the central control room. She was already very familiar with the people there. Everyone had been through things together and had fought in wars. Although it was on a battlefield that couldn't be seen, it was as thrilling as a traditional battlefield. The bond between comrades was stronger than other friendships because they had been through life and death together. Gu Nianji walked in and waved at everyone. She greeted them one by one before walking into Hu Xiaoheng's single office. Hu Xiaoheng had his own office in the central control room. Normally, he didn't go in and worked with everyone in the lobby. He only entered his office when he was dealing with confidential and important matters or having one-on-one meetings with his subordinates. Gu Nianji walked in and closed the office door. She sat across from Hua Xiaoheng's desk and patted her chest curiously. "What is it, Hua Xiao? Why are you so serious?" "I'm so scared." Although she said she was scared, the expression on her face actually didn't show any fear at all. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind and turned on the computer. "Come here. I'll show you something." Gu Nianji got up and walked to Hua Xiaoheng's side to look at the computer screen with him. There were 3 widescreen screens on Hua Xiaoheng's desk. The one in the middle showed an invalid IP address. It was an invalid 4-digit number that claimed to be an international number. Gu Nianji was very familiar with the IP address. She pointed and said, "Isn't this our old friend? What's wrong? Are you also comrades with Hong Kong Quan?" This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1 p.m. and the third watch at 7 p.m. Wax. Chapter 11:27. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and moved his mouse to the invalid phone number under the invalid IP address. This phone number is said to be an international number, but a 4-digit phone number can't possibly be an international number. It's even impossible for a domestic number to be an international number. Only some internal lines might have 4 digits. However, it was common knowledge that internal lines could only be used within the company's line. It was impossible to directly use an internal line to call from outside. Gu Nianji had never seen this phone number before and was very surprised. "Oh. What's going on? Who used this number to call?" Hua Xiaoheng explained how Hong Kong Quan and Tan Dongbang had been in contact with this number. He then said, they both clearly said that they had received many calls from this number, and that they had also directly dialed this number to get through. But strangely, I didn't find any call records related to this invalid number on their phones. There were no records of either the calls being made or the calls being made. I also asked someone to check the records of the mobile company, but they didn't find it either. Gu Nianji thought this sounded familiar. She thought about it quietly for a while and whispered, "Hua Xiao, don't you think we've seen this situation before?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Now that Gu Nianji mentioned it, Hua Xiaoheng also seemed to have some impression of it. "You mean, my uncle's phone?" Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "I remember we found text messages on that phone, but we couldn't find any source. It was as if they appeared out of thin air on a phone that had been offline for more than a decade. The mobile company also couldn't find any records. Theoretically, the mobile company should have records of all messages received or sent from a phone. There was usually no need to check, but if there was a need, it could be done in minutes." Hua Xiaoheng frowned deeply and looked at the 2 numbers for a while before asking, "Nianji, did you find the origin of this invalid IP?" Gu Nianji shook her head regretfully. "No, I tried for a long time, but I didn't succeed. If it was a fake IP, there was still a possibility of finding it. But an invalid IP is too ridiculous. Because it's invalid, it's like an antelope hanging its horn on the internet and completely untraceable. There were still traces of a fake IP, but an invalid IP violated the internet's IP rules. In other words, it was outside the rules, so there was no way to find it." Hearing Gu Nianji's words, Hua Xiaoheng had another thought. He said admiringly, "Then if we also know how to use an invalid IP to go online, then we don't have to worry about our IP being discovered, right? Isn't this the best way to protect the privacy of internet users?" Gu Nianji was used to being a hacker, so she understood immediately. His jade-like eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? If this invalid IP technology could achieve a breakthrough, it would definitely be a good tool for hackers. Ha 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 ha, Dad doesn't have to worry about me being caught as a hacker anymore. Who's your father? Gu Nianji, shouldn't you say that Mom no longer has to worry about me being caught as a hacker? Hua Xiaoheng said slowly. Or, you could say that Hua Xiao no longer has to worry. Pfft. Gu Nianji blushed and complained quietly, how can you make fun of me about something like this? Okay, actually I wasn't completely joking. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her to sit down. But think about it carefully. You just blurted out, Dad. Don't you have any memory of Mom at all? Gu Nianji tilted her head and thought about it for a while. She spread her hands and said, actually, I don't even have any memory of Dad. I blurted it out just now subconsciously. As for why I didn't call him Mom, I don't know either. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her quietly for a while and stroked her long hair. Forget it. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Go back and rest. Prepare to go to work at the Senate tomorrow. He felt that he couldn't let Gu Nianji think about it alone. It was better to go to work and have something to do. Gu Nianji nodded. I'll go tomorrow. I plan to move back to the Hepingli precinct. That was the house she bought herself. Although Hua Xiaoheng was reluctant to leave, he didn't stop her. He only said, I'll be with you this weekend. Gu Nianji curled her lips. Call me before you come. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and nodded slowly. Gu Nianji left the central control room and returned to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence to pack her things. The next morning, Hua Xiaoheng personally drove her to the Senate building in a normal black Mercedes-Benz SUV. When they arrived at the main entrance of the Senate building, Gu Nianji got out of the car alone. Hua Xiaoheng took her things to the Hepingli precinct and dropped off her luggage. Therefore, no one saw Hua Xiaoheng drop her off. Gu Nianji took the elevator to the secretariat floor of the Senate building and greeted everyone with a smile. Finally, she went to Special Assistant Zhuang's office and knocked on the door. Special Assistant Zhuang, I'm fine now. I'm coming to work. Special Assistant Zhuang looked up and was very happy to see her. He walked out from behind his desk and stood at the door to shake her hand. Welcome back, Miss Gu. We can sign the contract today. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. Actually, I still have to take the exam even if I sign it. I don't even know what's the point of signing it. What if I fail the exam? Wouldn't you be in a dilemma then? Special Assistant Zhuang put his hands in his trouser pockets and rocked back and forth with laughter. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. Even if you fail, we'll still take you. Only signed documents have legal force. The exam results are only a reference. Gu Nianji was actually just joking. As a straight-A student, the last thing she was afraid of was exams. What kind of misunderstanding did they have about someone who could get full marks just by casually reading a few books before an exam? After greeting him, Gu Nianji turned around and saw Rong Mingxing standing diagonally behind her with a document bag. Gu Nianji didn't know how long she had been standing there. Gu Nianji nodded as a greeting. She didn't expect Rong Mingxing to force a smile at her. Although it was forced, it was still a smile. She was a bit timid and even took the initiative to greet her. Miss Gu, you're here. Are your injuries better? Although Gu Nianji was shocked, she didn't show it on her face. She smiled and nodded. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. She left without looking back. Rong Mingxing opened her mouth but didn't call out to her in the end. Not long after Gu Nianji arrived at her small office, Reinitz came to visit her. Reinitz couldn't go upstairs, so he called her from downstairs. Serious, I'm going back to Germany tomorrow. Before I leave, I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Reinitz's voice was a typical baritone. His tone was gentle, and the stiff German he spoke was filled with tenderness. It was like he was holding a feather and brushing it against Gu Nianji's cheek. Gu Nianji's ears burned from listening to him. She was going to refuse, but Reinitz added. Did you catch Hong Kong Quan? I heard that not only did he contact the Japanese, but he also contacted the Americans. It was the second watch. It was the third watch. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 7:00 in the evening, the third watch. Mwah. Chapter 11:28. Gu Nianji vaguely knew that when Hong Kong Quan escaped, he must have had something in his hands, although she didn't know what it was. That was the only way the Japanese would be willing to sacrifice their spy chain in the Huaxia Empire for so many years to send him away. Although they didn't succeed in the end, the Huaxia Empire almost lost many elites of the Special Operations Forces. If it weren't for Gu Nianji and Song Jining, it would have been Hu Shaoheng and his men who died of suffocation at the bottom of the sea in Japan, not the elites of the Japanese frogmen. Now that she heard Reinitz say that Hong Kong Quan had contacted the Americans before contacting the Japanese, Gu Nianji felt that this made sense. She had always known that Hong Kong Quan was backed by the Americans, so when she found out that it was the Japanese who received him, Gu Nianji was a little surprised. She immediately asked, contacted the Americans. Who did you hear this from? Reinitz let out a magnetic chuckle. When you get off work tonight, I'll pick you up and go to your house to cook for you. I'll tell you the details. He then hung up. Gu Nianji stared at her phone and complained to herself about Reinitz's rudeness. He kept her in suspense and forced her to eat his cooking. Gu Nianji turned on her computer with a gloomy expression. She suppressed her uneasiness and began to work. She hadn't been in for 4 or 5 days, and there was nothing in her mailbox, but Special Assistant Zhuang sent her contract. Gu Nianji printed out the contract and read it carefully. Seeing that it was only for 2 years and that the salary was reasonable, she signed it with confidence and personally delivered it to Special Assistant Zhuang. Special Assistant Zhuang was now on the same floor as Speaker Long, and his office was directly across from Speaker Long's. Special Assistant Zhuang, I still need Speaker Long's signature here. Do you want to send it over, or do you want me to ask Speaker Long to sign it myself? Gu Nianji smiled as she placed the printed and signed contract on Special Assistant Zhuang's desk. Special Assistant Zhuang took it and quickly looked at it. He signed his name first and said, "Put it here. When Speaker Long comes out of the meeting, I'll personally bring it to him for his signature." Thank you, Special Assistant Zhuang. Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she pushed the door open and left. As soon as she returned to her office, she saw Rong Mingxing standing in front of her door. Gu Nianji coughed behind her. Miss Rong, what's the matter? Rong Mingxing turned around abruptly and saw Gu Nianji standing behind her. Her snow-white face instantly flushed, and she stammered, Miss Gu, are you free? I have something to discuss with you. Gu Nianji nodded. Please come in. She walked in first. Rong Mingxing followed her in and closed the office door. Half the walls of Gu Nianji's small office were made of transparent glass, so the people inside could be seen from the outside. Unless the blinds were drawn, there would be some privacy. Gu Nianji saw that Rong Mingxing seemed to have something to say, so she asked politely, should I close the curtains? Oh, no, it's fine like this. Rong Mingxing carefully sat down in front of her. Both of them were facing the glass wall. Gu Nianji took an unopened bottle of mineral water from the table and handed it to Rong Mingxing. I took this from the small kitchen in the secretariat. Rong Mingxing took it and said, thank you. Then she looked at Gu Nianji and bit her lip without saying anything. Gu Nianji didn't say anything and just looked at her with a smile. Competing to see who could lose their cool and speak first. Gu Nianji had only lost to Hua Xiaoheng before, so Rong Mingxing's level wasn't enough for her. The two of them stared at each other for a full 3 minutes, and Rong Mingxing was defeated. She looked away and looked down at Gu Nianji's desk, which was also a computer desk, and murmured, "Miss Gu, aren't you curious about what I have to say?" "Why should I be curious? It's not like I'm the one talking to you." Gu Nianji replied calmly. Her tone was flat and emotionless, and she had a very businesslike attitude. Rong Mingxing was overwhelmed by Gu Nianji's aura. It was as if she wasn't facing a 19-year-old graduate who had just graduated with a master's degree, but a sophisticated and astute veteran who had been in politics for more than a decade. But Gu Nianji clearly wasn't like that. Rong Mingxing couldn't explain why she felt this way. Her legs were trembling, and she wanted nothing more than to run away. But when she thought that she would have nothing if she left, she quickly mustered up her courage. She clenched her fists under the table to cheer herself up. She looked up at Gu Nianji and whispered, "Miss Gu, I heard you've already signed the contract." Gu Nianji, she had clearly just sent the contract up. But she also knew that there were almost no secrets working in a place like this. Moreover, the work contract wasn't a secret, because after Speaker Long signed it, it would be posted in the public area where everyone could see it for a month until no one had any objections. Only then would it be considered officially approved. Everyone knew who was going to be promoted, who was leaving, who offended who, and who was sucking up to who. Rong Mingxing would soon see Gu Nianji's work contract on the bulletin board, and even the salary was not confidential. Because the salary information of the Senate and government agencies was not considered personal privacy, it had to be displayed to the public. Gu Nianji quickly figured this out and nodded. "Yes, I just signed it." "What's wrong?" Rong Mingxing twisted the corners of her clothes with both hands, and her thin lips moved. She hummed and hawed for a long time before saying, "Then can I ask you to do me a favor on account of us being schoolmates?" Gu Nianji, she really wanted to say, "Why should I help you?" "Just because we're schoolmates. But I didn't even know your name when I was in school, and you're a graduate student and an undergraduate student. This favor is too far." Gu Nianji muttered a few words in her heart but didn't say it out loud. Forget it, she would help if she could. Gu Nianji noticed that Rong Mingxing was dressed very plainly. The clothes were of a new style, but it was obviously a knockoff. The threads at the corners of the clothes were showing, and the fabric and cut were very ordinary. It had the shape, but not the spirit. It could be seen that her family was probably not very well off. Gu Nianji sighed in her heart, and her tone softened a lot. "What kind of favor? Tell me first." Rong Mingxing knew there was hope as soon as she heard this, and she immediately became more energetic. She immediately said, "Do you agree?" "I'll tell you if you agree." Gu Nianji, how could she ask for help like this? She hadn't even said what it was, and she wanted her to agree first. She didn't even say anything if she didn't agree. Gu Nianji wasn't interested in being perfunctory, so she said lightly, "Then you don't have to say it. I won't see you out, thank you for closing the door." As she spoke, she looked at the computer and ignored Rong Mingxing. Rong Mingxing didn't expect Gu Nianji to turn hostile so quickly. She was extremely embarrassed, but she couldn't bear to leave. Her backer was originally Special Assistant Yang, but she heard that Special Assistant Yang had lost his job because he had offended Gu Nianji. Rong Mingxing couldn't rely on Special Assistant Yang anymore, so she could only rely on Gu Nianji. She thought about it and finally said, "Miss Gu, it's like this. I was thinking that since you've already signed the contract, can you not take the exam, or just answer a few random questions during the exam and don't pass?" Gu Nianji looked at her and shook her head. "No, isn't that cheating? I won't do that." "But Miss Gu, you've already signed the contract. I heard Special Assistant Zhuang say that even if you fail, it won't stop you from getting the job. Why are you still being so overbearing?" Rong Mingxing was very puzzled. It was obviously a simple matter, so why wouldn't Gu Nianji help her out of respect for their schoolmates? As long as you fail, I can get the position, Rong Mingxing said very nervously. My family isn't well off, so it doesn't matter. I really need this job. Miss Gu, I know you know a lot of people, and they're all high-ranking officials. You don't need to squeeze into this single-log bridge with a commoner like me. Besides, you've already signed the contract, so the exam is just a formality. Why can't you even let go of a formality? Rong Mingxing had consulted Special Assistant Yang. They only had one position for the Senate's recruitment this time. However, Gu Nianji was considered a special recruit. In other words, if she failed the exam, her position would be extra and wouldn't take up the official position. With the questions that Special Assistant Yang had left out for Rong Mingxing was very confident that she could get first place and get the official position. Of course, the premise was that Gu Nianji, the top student, didn't do too well on the exam. If Gu Nianji also got first place on the written exam, there wouldn't be an extra position, and Rong Mingxing wouldn't be able to enter the Senate as an official employee. Gu Nianji listened to Rong Mingxing and finally understood why she wanted her help. She was a little hesitant. Indeed, what Rong Mingxing said made some sense. She had already signed the contract, so no matter what her results were, she had already taken up the position. Why should she fight with others? But what did Rong Mingxing mean by that? As far as Gu Nianji knew, Rong Mingxing wasn't the only candidate other than Gu Nianji. However, her attitude was very firm, as if she would definitely get first place as long as Gu Nianji failed the exam. Chapter 1129. Rong Mingxing's eyes suddenly lit up. Gu Nianji didn't reject her outright. This was already a pleasant surprise for her. She immediately stood up respectfully with her back to the bright floor-to-ceiling glass window. She bowed to Gu Nianji continuously, so much so that it was almost as polite as a Japanese 90-degree bow. Thank you, Miss Gu. Thank you, Miss Gu. I knew that Miss Gu was beautiful and kind, and would definitely help me. Rong Mingxing was full of praise and had a grateful expression on her face. Gu Nianji faced the floor-to-ceiling glass window and couldn't help but see that the people from the secretariat outside her office had almost surrounded her office. In the eyes of the senior staff in the secretariat, Gu Nianji was actually the same kind of person as Rong Mingxing. They were both new interns this year. But now one was already sitting in her own office, and the other was bowing in front of the other. This contrast was too big, and most people had a balance in their hearts. At this time, everyone's weight was on Rong Mingxing's side. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she calmly watched Rong Mingxing bow. When she finished, she smiled and pointed to the camera in the corner of the office. I forgot to tell you that everything here is monitored. If what you said just now reaches Special Assistant Zhuang or Speaker Long, don't blame me. Rong Mingxing's head jerked up, and her face suddenly turned pale. Monitor. Surveillance. Yes. Gu Nianji smiled and nodded very kindly. Of course there is surveillance. Where are we? The Senate building. Every place here is monitored, so if you want to make any personal calls, remember to leave the Senate building and go to a public place outside, or go to the bathroom to make the call. There are no surveillance cameras there. Oh. Thank you, Miss Gu, for reminding me. What I said just now was just me being possessed. Miss Gu, please don't mind me. I didn't mean for you to go easy on me. I really didn't. Rong Mingxing explained in a panic. She was really scared to death. How did she know that there were surveillance cameras in Gu Nianji's private office? If there were surveillance cameras, even if Gu Nianji went easy on her, what could she gain? Rong Mingxing left Gu Nianji's office with a twisted expression. She pushed the door open and looked up to see a few colleagues from the secretariat surrounding the door, looking at her curiously. Seeing her expression, they quickly came over to comfort her. Mingxing, what's wrong? Who made you so angry? Mingxing, tell us if you have any difficulties. Don't be like this, okay? A middle-aged woman took Rong Mingxing's hand and pouted towards Gu Nianji's office. Because Gu Nianji had stood up for Speaker Long and had even taken a beating for the sake of the Senate, everyone had originally been quite impressed by her. Seeing that she had yet to become a permanent employee and was already bossing around her colleagues, everyone immediately couldn't stand it anymore. Gu Nianji walked out of her office and leaned against the door with her arms crossed. She smiled and said, "Yeah, Rong Mingxing, why don't you tell everyone how I made you angry? If you don't have enough, you can also watch the surveillance video. Anyway, my office has a 24-hour surveillance camera with recording. Everything you do and say is clear. I definitely won't deliberately edit it to cause misunderstandings." Rong Mingxing originally wanted to vaguely mislead her colleagues, but when she heard Gu Nianji's hidden words, she couldn't help shivering. Her colleagues from the secretariat also felt awkward and said sheepishly, "Miss Gu, we saw Rong Mingxing bow to you just now. We don't know what happened, so we asked. If we offended you, please forgive us, please forgive us." Gu Nianji smiled and squinted her eyes. I wouldn't dare. Ignorance is not a crime. You didn't offend me. As long as Rong Mingxing explains things clearly, I believe no one will misunderstand. Right? Rong Mingxing. Gu Nianji originally wanted to play along with Rong Mingxing and investigate why she was so sure that she could get first place without Gu Nianji. Everyone knew that Rong Mingxing was brought into the Senate by Special Assistant Yang as an intern. Special Assistant Yang, on the other hand, was still on a long vacation at home because of his conflict with Gu Nianji, but seeing Rong Mingxing climb up the ladder so quickly, Gu Nianji didn't want to tolerate her anymore. She wasn't a person who could keep her cool. And if you beat around the bush with someone who couldn't keep her cool, you would only be at a disadvantage. Because she will mess up your plans and dig a hole for you when you least expect it. When dealing with this kind of person, the only way to deal with it was to quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly stop her from continuing to dig a hole for her. Rong Mingxing's face alternated between red and white. She wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. She was cursing Special Assistant Yang, who had given her this rotten idea, to death. After giving her so many ideas, why didn't he remind her that there were surveillance cameras in Gu Nianji's office? If she had known that there were surveillance cameras, she wouldn't have chosen her office. Instead, she would have blocked Gu Nianji in the bathroom and pleaded with her. Rong Mingxing stammered and didn't speak. The people in the secretariat also noticed that something was wrong and immediately distanced themselves from Rong Mingxing. Everyone laughed for a while and returned to their own offices. Rong Mingxing was left standing there alone and looking at Gu Nianji pitifully. The smile on Gu Nianji's face faded. Rong Mingxing, what's the point of doing this? Do you really think I'll believe you? Miss Gu, please don't say any more. Rong Mingxing gritted her teeth. I'll explain to my colleagues. You don't have to be so aggressive. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and uncrossed her arms. I'm aggressive. I didn't say a word. I just listened to you and watched you act. How dare you say I'm aggressive? Then shouldn't I just lie down and let you step on me? That's called kindness and kindness. Rong Mingxing was actually a very articulate person. She graduated from B University with a bachelor's degree in law. How could she not be eloquent? But in front of Gu Nianji, she had no advantage at all. Gu Nianji's few words had made her tear up. She was still worried about what to do if the surveillance cameras had been seen. She had no desire to fight anymore. She said to Gu Nianji, "Anyway, I've already apologized. If you still don't let me go, do whatever you want." With that, she quickly left the secretariat's door and walked to the elevator. It wasn't until she was far away from the Senate building that Rong Mingxing found a quiet place and took out her phone to call Special Assistant Yang. Her first words were, "Brother Yang, you're the death of me." There are surveillance cameras in her office, and every word I said was recorded by the surveillance cameras. Special Assistant Yang was also stunned. Surveillance cameras. There are surveillance cameras in her small office. There were indeed, and Hu Xiaoheng had specifically asked someone to install them for her. Rong Mingxing nodded fiercely. She said there were, and that she could take it out and play it for everyone to see at any time. That's too treacherous. Special Assistant Yang was so angry that he slammed the table. Forget it, I think you should resign. If she has something on you, how are you going to survive there in the future? Resign. Rong Mingxing cried. But. You promised me. He promised that as long as Gu Nianji agreed, he would guarantee that she would stay in the Senate Secretariat. Special Assistant Yang smiled bitterly. When I promised you, I didn't know that there were surveillance cameras in her office. If that's the case, there's no point in continuing. You should resign. To tell you the truth, I'm in contact with a few people I know in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They're in urgent need of people. I've already sent my resume over, and the interview has already been approved. When I meet with the Minister of Foreign Affairs again, it'll basically be a done deal. Why don't you resign first, and when I enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I'll get you into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Rong Mingxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her tone was much sweeter. That's great. Congratulations, Senior. I knew that Senior was amazing. Actually, if I think about it carefully, leaving the Senate is also good. It's all Gu Nianji's world now. She's the most correct and capable, so she won't be able to stand out even if she stays here. Senior, you must remember to bring me into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's no problem. Special Assistant Yang chuckled and hinted, my appetite hasn't been good lately. Do you want to cook something delicious for me tonight? Rong Mingxing rolled her eyes and tactfully refused. But I have to work overtime tonight. I'll resign after I finish the work at hand. That way, no one can hold anything against me. What do you think? She was also a person who wouldn't let go until she saw the rabbit. Special Assistant Yang was well aware of this, but he wasn't too upset. It was good that she had a brain. He wouldn't dare to help someone without a brain. Okay, then you go ahead with your work. I'll call you when I've made a decision, so you can prepare to submit your resume. Special Assistant Yang took a drag of his cigarette and waited for Rong Mingxing's confirmation before hanging up. When Rong Mingxing returned to the Senate building, she was in a much better mood. She bought a box of milk tea and egg tarts for her colleagues in the Secretariat and explained with a smile, everyone misunderstood just now. Miss Gu did me a big favor, so I was thanking her. Everyone drank her milk tea and ate her egg tarts, so what happened just now was written off. Gu Nianji didn't eat it, and Speaker Long happened to call her up for a meeting. She put her portion back in the public area of the kitchen and let everyone help themselves. She had a meeting at Speaker Long's place for the whole day because Speaker Long was going to take the members of the Senate abroad for a visit. It turned out that Nadu, the Speaker of the Federal House of the Indian Parliament, had personally sent a letter inviting Speaker Long to lead several members of the Huaxia Imperial Parliament to visit India. India's letter was sent on a tight schedule this time. The letter had just been delivered to Speaker Long's desk, and the date of the visit was actually April 1st. It was already March 20th, so there were only about 10 days to prepare. Speaker Long was going to visit, so he needed to confirm the personnel arrangements. Gu Nianji had to go. Gu Nianji was smart and quick-witted. Her English was good, her legal knowledge was strong, and she was eloquent. When necessary, she could act as a translator to help fight against the unscrupulous Indian reporters. Special Assistant Zhuang was cautious and meticulous. When Speaker Long wasn't around, he would stay behind to oversee things. He couldn't go. So he also needed to bring a special assistant. Someone tried to suggest Special Assistant Yang, but Speaker Long acted as if he didn't hear it and continued to ask everyone with a smile. Which other special assistant is willing to go? Speaker Long's attitude was so clear, so everyone stopped mentioning Special Assistant Yang. In the end, another senior secretary in the secretariat was decided to be promoted to special assistant to accompany Speaker Long on the visit. Everyone had a meeting until 6:00 in the evening. Reinitz was impatient and called. Gu Nianji quickly replied, "The meeting just ended, I'll be right down." This was the first night watch. It was 3:00 today. It was Monday, so a reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes. The second night watch at 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third night watch at 7:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 11:30. It was already dark when they walked out of the Senate building. Rows of shining streetlights stood perfectly straight in front of the building, illuminating the wide road in front of the building. The road in front of the Senate building was considered the internal road of the Senate, and there were Senate offices on both sides. Reinitz leaned against the door of a very sturdy-looking black Cadillac and lowered his head to light a cigarette. His blonde hair seemed to be shrouded in a faint halo under the streetlights, and his distinctive Germanic features were impeccable. Glancing at his watch, it was almost 6:30 p.m. Reinitz was a bit impatient. He frowned as he looked ahead, and when he saw that Gu Nianji had already walked over, a smile appeared on his religiously handsome face. He walked quickly to Gu Nianji and naturally bent down to help her carry her laptop bag. Gu Nianji pressed his arm and smiled. "No need, this bag isn't heavy." Reinitz didn't insist and nodded like a gentleman. "Okay, it's already so late. Do you often work overtime?" "It depends." Gu Nianji looked at Reinitz's car and gave a perfunctory reply. Hu Xiaoheng had dropped her off in the morning, so she didn't drive herself. She had originally wanted to take a taxi back, but now she probably wouldn't have to. Reinitz opened the car door. "I'll take you back to the Hepingli district, right?" Gu Nianji smiled. "Haven't you been there before?" "Yes, but if you go back to Major General Hua's place, I can't go." Reinitz smiled very charmingly. There was a moment of darkness inside the car, but Reinitz's eyes were as blue as a jade spring, and he looked at her affectionately. Gu Nianji sighed emotionally. "Reinitz, do you have a girlfriend?" "Girlfriend?" Although Reinitz's Chinese was very good, he still couldn't understand such modern internet slang. Girlfriend. Gu Nianji explained to him in English. "You're not married, right?" Reinitz didn't have a ring on his finger. Reinitz started the car and quickly turned out of the middle of the Senate building, heading for the highway. He smiled. "I'm not married, and I don't have a girlfriend. But I have a girl I like, and I'm pursuing her." "That's great. Good luck." Gu Nianji slyly expressed her support, but maintained her composure and treated herself as an outsider. She then cleverly changed the topic. "You were talking about Hong Kong Quan this morning. How did you know?" Reinitz tilted his head to look at Gu Nianji and said with a smile, "We'll talk about it when we get to your house. What do you want to eat tonight?" "I brought the last few Bavarian white sausages and the famous smoked pork trotters from Germany. I went to the supermarket to buy Japanese Kobe steak, the freshest bamboo shoots, and raw salmon." Gu Nianji swallowed her saliva in disappointment and smiled. "I like everything except salmon that can be eaten raw." "You don't like salmon?" "No." Gu Nianji shook her head. "It's too unhygienic to eat raw salmon. I heard there are a lot of parasites." There were indeed very few salmon that could be eaten raw. Even if they were caught from the deep sea, they would have to go through several rounds of freezing to kill the parasites. However, no matter what they did, with the tenacious vitality of the parasites, it was likely that those freezing methods wouldn't be able to kill them. Therefore, Gu Nianji chose not to eat sashimi. It was still edible when it was cooked. Reinitz himself didn't like sashimi, but after reading the information, Gu Nianji's favorite food as a child was sashimi, especially sashimi made from Nordic salmon. He didn't expect her taste to have changed. Reinitz pursed his lips and said after a while. Did Hu Xiaoheng stop you from eating it? After thinking about it, only Hu Xiaoheng could have had such a big impact on Gu Nianji and change her eating habits. Gu Nianji laughed. I think so. I was also quite picky when I was a child. At that time, I was very picky about what I liked and didn't like, but Hu Xiao didn't spoil me. I don't even know when I stopped being picky. In short, ever since she started growing up with Hu Xiaoheng really treated her like military training. If she was picky and didn't eat, then she would starve. Later, there was a lot of training, which made her tired and hungry. She no longer had the mood to be picky. However, she didn't remember liking salmon as a child. Perhaps this was also a part of her memory that was lost. Gu Yanran used to say that she liked to eat dishes related to lotus root, such as lotus root stewed with spare ribs, fried lotus root, glutinous rice as manthus lotus root slices. She didn't remember either, as if she had never eaten it before. However, after actually eating it once, she found that it really suited her taste. But salmon, she politely declined it and didn't want to try it at all. It was quite interesting to think about these things. Gu Nianji couldn't stop talking as soon as she started. Reinitz listened to her quietly. He had always hated using all kinds of fragrances in the car, so his car had always only had the original smell of leather. However, this time, he actually felt the smell of chocolate wafting in the car. It was sweet and fragrant, but also a little bitter. It was this bitterness that made the sweetness even more luscious, so he couldn't let go of the sweetness in his mouth. The taste of love was the taste of chocolate, perhaps. Just like listening to her speak and watching her do things, he always felt a trace of bitterness on top of the sweetness and touching feeling. Every word of hers could make his heartstrings tremble endlessly, and the aftertaste lingered. He was a little absent-minded, and even the car couldn't help slowing down. This subtle change was quickly captured by someone. With a loud whoosh, two large trucks suddenly sped up from behind and drove to the left and right of Reinitz's car. Reinitz quickly came back to his senses and shouted at Gu Nianji, "Fasten your seatbelt. Get down." As he spoke, he freed one hand to press down on Gu Nianji's shoulder and make her lie down. Gu Nianji was slightly startled, and before she could react, she was pressed down on the seat by Reinitz. As soon as they laid down, they heard a few gunshots hitting their car windows. The window quickly cracked, and it was as if a dense layer of spider webs had suddenly appeared on the window. Reinitz stepped on the gas pedal, and his car roared as it sped up quickly. It shot out like an arrow from a bow and instantly left the two large trucks far behind. His car sped up too fast, and Gu Nianji was pressed down on the seat again. Her body crossed the horizontal bar between the two seats, and she was almost lying on Reinitz's thigh. Although Gu Nianji tried her best to endure it, she was about to throw up from the sudden jolt of the car. "What happened?" she asked with a pale face, still lying motionless on the seat. She had heard the gunshots just now, but she didn't dare look up at all. She didn't know where the enemy was shooting from. Reinitz said in a low voice, "Someone wanted to kill you, but it's fine now." From the rearview mirror, she saw that the two large trucks had already exited from a highway exit. Gu Nianji propped herself up and turned to see the dense spider webs on the window next to her. She was shocked. "Your car is actually equipped with bulletproof glass." Reinitz curled his lips. "You know what's good for you." If Gu Nianji hadn't suddenly worked overtime, Reinitz felt that they could have perfectly avoided the enemy's pursuit. Because there were a lot of cars on the road at the end of work, the enemy couldn't have squeezed into the lane next to them. Also, there were so many cars that the enemy couldn't successfully escape even if they opened fire. Therefore, Reinitz's original plan was to avoid the enemy when the traffic was congested after work. In the end, Gu Nianji happened to be working overtime, so they perfectly avoided rush hour. It could only be said that they were lucky that he reacted in time, so the enemy didn't succeed. If Gu Nianji had driven herself or taken a taxi, Reinitz didn't dare to think about it. It was almost 7 o'clock, and there were fewer cars on the highway. Reinitz drove faster and soon got off the viaduct. He drove towards the Hipingli precinct where Gu Nianji lived. It was a densely populated area with residential areas on both sides. There were rows of small shops along the street. There were restaurants, cafes, hairdressers, beauty salons, bookstores, video stores, and all kinds of barbecue stalls. They were spread out on the sidewalk and flashed with colorful lights. The atmosphere was like the smoke of the world. After experiencing the sudden shock on the highway, Gu Nianji suddenly felt that the smoke of the world was especially precious. She took a deep breath and felt even hungrier. Her stomach growled twice. It was the second watch. It was the third watch. It was Monday, so a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1131. Reinitz glanced at her with a smile and skillfully drove to the Hipingli precinct where Gu Nianji lived. Gu Nianji showed the security guard her pass, and the guard opened the bar to let their car in. Reinitz's car was a visitor's car, so it was fine to park in the visitor's spot in front of the building. Gu Nianji got into the elevator with him. Reinitz carried several paper bags in his hands, all of which were vegetables he had bought from the supermarket. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh when she saw this Germanic man with a religious and ascetic temperament. She said, "This is too damaging to your image, Major General Reinitz." Reinitz looked at her gently. "I'd rather not have an image when it comes to you." Gu Nianji shrugged. "Reinitz, if you keep doing this, you'll get tired of your beauty." Reinitz laughed and walked out of the elevator. Gu Nianji opened her door and invited Reinitz in. She had to admit that Reinitz knew her quite well. If Reinitz said he was treating her to dinner outside, Gu Nianji would definitely find an excuse to refuse. How could someone who refused to eat the first bite of food while on the run so easily fall into someone else's trap? Reinitz was both happy and resentful of Gu Nianji for this. Therefore, he chose to cook a table of food for Gu Nianji in her home so that she would let down her guard. Gu Nianji changed her shoes and took a pair of men's slippers for Reinitz to change into. Reinitz had been to her house once, and this time he was familiar with the way to Gu Nianji's kitchen. He put down the things and began to prepare. Gu Nianji was speechless when she saw him wearing a custom-made Armani suit washing vegetables in front of the sink. She found an apron and said with a smile, "This is my apron. Just put up with it." Reinitz glanced back and nodded. He dried his hands and took off his suit jacket, revealing a white pinstriped shirt underneath. He then put on Gu Nianji's teddy bear apron. He actually looked a little cute amidst his elegance. Gu Nianji squinted at him for a while and said, "If you take a photo and post it on Weibo, you'll definitely attract fans." Reinitz glanced at her. "No photos, no fans." Gu Nianji, Reinitz was about to speak to her when he felt the miniature intercom in his ear ring. He said to Gu Nianji, "Go rest. I'll call you out to eat when the food is ready." Gu Nianji also thought it was silly to stand there and watch. She didn't want to help Reinitz cook either. "Okay then, I'll go clean up the room." Gu Nianji returned to her bedroom and locked the door. She decided to take a shower in the bathroom. It was her habit to take a bath as soon as she got home so that she could have a comfortable dinner. Reinitz heard the sound of Gu Nianji closing the door. He connected to his communicator and asked in German, "What's up?" "Mr. Reed." Li Dixi sounded a little tired. "Reinitz, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Reinitz nodded. His voice was so soft that if one didn't stand close to him, they wouldn't be able to hear what he was saying. "I heard that you were being chased tonight." "It's hard to say. I'm also very confused." Reinitz's expression didn't change as he said, "I called Gu Nianji this morning to invite her to dinner. I made an appointment for dinner, but I waited from 5 to 6 before she got off work. Later on, 2 cars suddenly attacked my car on the highway. Even my car window was broken. Fortunately, I was driving a bulletproof car." Li Dixi didn't find anything wrong with what he said, and the logic was correct. His voice softened. "Then you have to be careful. We'll be returning home soon, so don't cause unnecessary trouble." "But Mr. Reed, aren't I fulfilling your mission?" Reinitz said calmly, "Don't you want Gu Nianji anymore?" Li Dixi smiled slowly. "Okay, as long as you can get her to come back with you, I'll give you a great credit." "You know I don't want a great credit. You know what I want." Reinitz ended the call and turned off the miniature intercom completely. At this time, Hu Xiaoheng also received news that Reinitz had been suddenly shot at on the way home from picking up Gu Nianji. "Shot? Are you okay?" Hu Xiaoheng said as he pulled up Gu Nianji's tracking information to check. Seeing that her location was in the Hepingli precinct, she should have arrived home safely. "She's fine." Reinitz's car is a bulletproof sedan, so the other party didn't seem to have anticipated this. Hu Xiaoheng was half relieved. "You guys check where the car that fired the shots came from. I suspect the license plate number is fake." The person who called him was a member of the Special Operations Forces that Hu Xiaoheng had sent to protect Gu Nianji. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Hu Xiao, how do you know that the license plate number is fake?" It was indeed fake. He had just checked the 2 license plate numbers from the traffic police and confirmed that the license plate numbers of the 2 large trucks were fake. Hu Xiaoheng calmly turned on his computer. "Did you take photos? Send them over." The person immediately sent the photos he had taken. Hu Xiaoheng took a look and saw that they were 2 very ordinary large Ford trucks. Looking at the license plate, it was likely that the real license plate was covered with a fake one. This proved that it was a deliberate and premeditated affair. After Hong Kongwan, Tan Dongbang, and Kai Song-yin were arrested one after another, who else would want to target Gu Nianji? Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his chin with one hand, and his gaze gradually became fierce and determined. Did they think they could escape their pursuit by using fake license plates? Hu Xiaoheng picked up the phone and ordered his people, "Go find the traffic police and have them check all the large Ford trucks that appeared in the imperial capital today. I don't think there are many of these cars, so they should be able to find them one by one." "Roger, Chief." Gu Nianji finished showering and came out of the bathroom humming a song. She had just changed into her home clothes when she heard her phone ring. It was Hu Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Gu Nianji quickly took the phone and swiped it open with a smile. "Hu Xiao, what is it?" He wasn't checking on her again, was he? Gu Nianji actually felt a bit of a headache at that moment. In the past, it was she who couldn't wait to check on Hu Xiaoheng, but now it was the other way around. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. "Did Reinitz pick you up today?" Gu Nianji was speechless. "As expected." Gu Nianji nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, he said he wanted to treat me to dinner and cook for me personally. He's in the kitchen right now." Hu Xiaoheng leaned back in his seat and said calmly, "He said he wanted to treat you to dinner, so you agreed?" "He said some things about Hong Kong Kwan." I think it's better to talk to him. Gu Nianji didn't beat around the bush. I have a feeling that Hong Kongchuan's problem is not normal. What we know is what he's willing to say. If he doesn't want to say it, then we have no way of knowing. I will investigate Hong Kongchuan's situation thoroughly. Hua Xiaoheng coughed. You can't interact with people like Reinitz in private. It will violate the rules of the Senate. How about this, I'll get Big Xiong to bring Chi-Chi to you, so she can try Reinitz's cooking. Gu Nianji was speechless. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. It was Monday, so a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. Mwah. Chapter 1132. Hua Xiao, Brother Xiong finally has a holiday to be with Chi-Chi. Is it really okay for you to disturb their time together like this? Gu Nianji smiled with her eyes crinkling. Her soft tone sounded annoyed, but she didn't reject him outright. Hua Xiaoheng realized that Gu Nianji's coquettish skills had improved. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before she became a little vixen, but they were a serious military family. How could they have such a disharmonious creature like a little vixen? They had to be locked up at home. Hua Xiaoheng coughed and tried to maintain his dignity. Nianji, don't change the subject. Don't worry about Big Xiong. You, on the other hand, must be careful of your image. Why didn't you tell me you got into trouble on the highway today? Even if you didn't tell me, you should have called the police. Don't you know it was very dangerous? Did he have to be so serious? Gu Nianji held her phone and sat on the bay window. She opened the curtains and looked at the moonlight outside. She chuckled. Hua Xiao, are you worried about me or about work? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Gu Nianji waited for a long time, but Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. She didn't force him. She said slowly, then I'm worried about work. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You know what you're doing. Hua Xiaoheng snorted and turned around in his chair. As if they were telepathically connected, he pressed the remote to open the blinds in the office. The moonlight outside the window was beautiful. In the dark blue sky, the moon was missing a side, but it didn't dim. Because of the flaw, it was even more stunning. Gu Nianji put on her Bluetooth headset and hugged her knees. She rested her chin on her knees and said steadily, yes. First, you're worried that my private contact with Reinitz would violate the rules of the Senate. What I want to say is that I only signed the contract today. Speaker Long hasn't signed it yet. The 30-day publicity period hasn't started yet, so technically, I'm not an official employee of the Senate and not subject to the rules. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. The little girl had really grown up, she was becoming more mature and intelligent. She was slowly entering his world and was even more familiar with the rules than he was. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know if he should be happy or sad. The moonlight outside the window was as beautiful as flowing light. In the distance, a shooting star streaked across the sky, creating a bewitching beauty. Opening the window, Hua Xiaoheng gradually calmed down as the cool wind blew against his face. He looked out the window without batting an eyelid. He was also wearing a Bluetooth headset and had his hands in his trouser pockets. Under the moonlight, his face was handsome and elegant. His expression was incomparably tenacious, like a black panther hiding in the darkness. His strong body contained unlimited explosive power, but the military uniform that was buttoned up to his neck concealed all of his passion and intensity. In the face of the woman he loved, he chose to take it one step at a time. Is that so? What about the second? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was calm and steady. His thick bass voice was extremely low, and just when he thought there was no turning back, his voice rose slightly at the end, bringing with it a magnetic tremor. Gu Nianji's heart uncontrollably skipped a beat again. She shook her head and opened the window as well. Looking at the moonlight that was as white as the epiphyllum, she raised her head and closed her eyes, bathing herself in the moonlight. She chuckled and said, "Secondly, today's accident on the highway sounds very dangerous, but compared to what I've experienced, it's really nothing worth making a fuss about." Hua Xiaoheng said. "Stubborn. It's not that I'm stubborn." Gu Nianji reached out and held a handful of moonlight outside the window. She played with the moonlight, and her mood gradually improved. Compared to the time when I was in the German Alps, where I couldn't even call for help, and compared to the few times when I barely escaped from chaos mathematics, I really didn't take it seriously this time. Also, I'm in my own country, and I'm with you, Hua Xiao. Wouldn't it be a waste of all the security measures you've arranged for me to call the police to Hua Xiao? Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank, but he still wasn't fooled by Gu Nianji's sophistry. He smiled faintly. "Really? Isn't it because you're with Reinitz? If I call the police, the two of you will be in the headlines." Gu Nianji. Damn it. How could she even know that? With a boyfriend like this, her IQ would have been crushed to a pulp by him. Gu Nianji retracted her hand and smiled sweetly. Her mouth was like it was smeared with honey. "Hua Xiao, the most important reason is that I know you're by my side. That's why I'm so daring. It's all because you've spoiled me. So it's my fault." Hua Xiaoheng said it as if he was blaming himself, but his tone was full of pride. "Of course not. You can spoil me all you want. If I complain, it's my loss." Gu Nianji giggled. A gust of cold wind blew, and she felt a bit cold. She quickly closed the window and drew the thick curtains. Hearing the sound of Gu Nianji drawing the curtains, Hua Xiaoheng paused. "You just opened the window?" "Yes, I did. The moonlight tonight is very beautiful," Gu Nianji said casually, and suddenly blushed all the way to her neck. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled quietly. His voice was bone-chilling. "Yes, the moonlight tonight is very beautiful." This sentence had a different meaning for lovers. Gu Nianji didn't know if Hua Xiaoheng understood the hidden meaning of this sentence. Her heart pounded violently, and she quickly said, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I have to change. It's so cold." Hua Xiaoheng composed himself and grunted. "Wear more clothes. Don't catch a cold at night." With that, he hung up and called Yin Shixiang directly. At that moment, Yin Shixiang had just finished a sumptuous dinner with Ma Qiqi and came out of a 5-star restaurant. They took advantage of the moonlight to take a walk on the forest path to watch a movie. They were originally walking side by side, but before long, Ma Qiqi realized that her hand was already in Yin Shixiang's wide palm. She secretly smiled and quietly opened her palm to compare the size of her hand with Yin Shixiang's. Yin Shixiang sensed it and his palm itched. This itch went deep into his heart, and he couldn't bear to let go. He wanted to hold her hand like this and let her compare the size of their hands in his palm for the rest of her life. Only him. Countless scenes flashed through Yin Shixiang's mind. He could almost imagine the two of them with white hair walking under the moonlight while holding their grandchildren's hand. Unfortunately, an annoying ringtone of the phone broke the peace between the two of them. Yin Shixiang reluctantly took the call and said, "Hua Xiao, what's up?" Hua Xiaoheng asked first, "Big Xiong, are you with Qiqi?" "Yeah." Yin Shixiang didn't understand why Hua Xiaoheng was asking about Ma Qiqi. Ma Qiqi looked up and looked at Yin Shixiang in confusion. Her features were bright and elegant, and her eyes were large. However, they were different from Gu Nianji's large, Mongol-like eyes. Ma Qiqi's eyes were large and full of vigor. Yin Shixiang felt refreshed when he saw her. He held her hand with a smile and continued talking to Hua Xiaoheng. "We just finished eating and are going to the movies." Hua Xiaoheng paused and braced himself to say, "Do you want to eat again?" Reinitz is making dinner at Ninji's house. I heard he prepared a lot of German cuisine. Yin Shixiang frowned and said slowly, Huashao, but we already ate. Ma Qiqi looked at him excitedly and mouthed, is it Huashao? Yin Shixiang nodded reluctantly. Huashaoheng saw that Yin Shixiang couldn't be persuaded, so he changed his target. Okay. He hung up on Yin Shixiang and called Ma Qiqi's phone. Ma Qiqi was shocked to hear her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was Huashaoheng. She quickly answered and asked, Good evening, Huashao. What can I do for you? He was much more polite than Yin Shixiang. Huashaoheng was in a better mood and said with a smile, Qiqi, I heard from Nianji that you love good food. Yes, yes. She always says I'm a foodie. Ma Qiqi smiled brightly. And I always tell her that there's nothing in this world that can't be solved by a good meal. If there is, then let's have 2 meals. Well said. Huashaoheng praised her with a smile. I heard you're also obsessed with good looks. Of course. Nianji and I often exchange our thoughts on handsome men. Ma Qiqi obviously didn't know Huashaoheng as well as Yin Shixiang and Gu Nianji. As soon as he heard Ma Qiqi praising good food and handsome men to Huashaoheng, Yin Shixiang instantly felt that something was wrong. Oh. Really? There's German food and handsome men. Ma Qiqi's eyes widened. Is it that Reinitz? Oh my, I told Nianji that it would be great if I could see him with my own eyes. Really? There's really a chance. To eat dinner cooked by a handsome man. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ma Qiqi was excited. I'll go. I heard you guys already had dinner. Huashaoheng still had a troubled expression on his face, and his tone was hesitant. It's okay, I'm not full at all. Ma Qiqi expressed that she had a good appetite and would have no problem eating a second dinner. But you guys still have to go to the movies. Will it hold you up? Huashaoheng said deliberately as if he had seen Yin Shixiang put his ear next to Ma Qiqi's phone to eavesdrop. Ma Qiqi glanced at Yin Shixiang and gestured for him to calm down. She then laughed even louder. It won't hold me up. It won't. That movie is fake. I can watch the real one now, so why would I watch a fake one? Huashaoheng's smile froze. Yin Shixiang was happy now. He took the phone from Ma Qiqi and said to Huashaoheng, Huashao, Qiqi is straightforward and doesn't mean any harm. Don't be angry. Huashaoheng closed his eyes and calmly got back to business. Don't talk nonsense. I asked you to keep an eye on Reinitz. This is a mission. Tonight, his and Nianji's car was attacked on the highway. Go take a look at the cracks on his car, then take a photo and send it back to your colleagues to analyze the trajectory. From the trajectory, they could analyze the model of the gun the assailant used. This would greatly reduce the scope of the investigation. This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. P.S. The review has started again recently, so everyone knows. The second watch at 1 p.m., and the third watch at 7 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1133. Since Huashaoheng mentioned the mission, Yin Shixiang didn't continue to joke around. He replied in a low voice, Roger, Chief. After he hung up, he saw Ma Qiqi looking at him with shining eyes. He was confused. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? It seemed like there was something inappropriate about him. Ma Qiqi clasped her hands together, her big eyes almost sparkling. Big Xiong, you were so manly and handsome just now. Yin Shixiang was originally very upset that his girlfriend was obsessed with looks, but when he was the one she was obsessed with, it was a wonderful feeling. Yin Shixiang's brain heated up, and he pulled Machichi over and lowered his head to kiss her. The gentle moonlight cast the silhouette of a couple hugging and kissing in the shade of the trees. It was as beautiful as a still painting. Gu Nianji hung up and found a juicy couture sapphire hoodie to wear to keep warm. Coming out of the bedroom, Gu Nianji smelled the aroma of food. Gu Nianji, who had been starving all day, followed the aroma to the kitchen. Reinitz stood in front of the induction cooker and was frying a steak with butter. The butter melted, and the sizzling sound of the steak mixed with the aroma was mouth-watering. Gu Nianji quietly gulped. Reinitz's ears were so sharp that he could hear such a small sound. He turned to look at her. Seeing Gu Nianji's everyday attire, he couldn't help but feel a tug at his heartstrings. At that moment, he thought of how he would come home from work every day to see Gu Nianji bouncing into his arms. They would kiss and cook together. After dinner, they would go for a walk on the path in the Alps. The roadside was full of flowers, and he would pick a handful to put in a vase. Reinitz, your steak is almost burnt, right? Gu Nianji walked to Reinitz's side and sniffled. Reinitz composed himself and smiled gently at her. It's fine, I'll eat it if it's burnt. I'll cook yours perfectly. No, actually this isn't burnt. Gu Nianji looked over. It's medium rare. How do you usually eat your steak? I used to eat medium rare, then medium rare. Reinitz smiled as he placed the Kobe steak on a plate. But this Kobe steak can be eaten raw. Gu Nianji shook her head. I don't eat it raw. Make me a well-done one. Actually, when it came to cooking, the Chinese were still the most authentic. Foreigners wanted tender meat, but they would only think of raw meat. The more raw it was, the more tender it would be, because according to their method, it wouldn't be tender anymore once it was cooked. However, in Chinese cuisine, there were countless ways to cook the meat well and tender it to the point of juiciness. Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't dampen Reinitz's enthusiasm. Plus, Reinitz's cooking skills were pretty good. At least among Germans, he was considered a 5-star chef. There are Bavarian white sausages and German smoked pork trotters in the steamer over there. You can eat them after steaming and slicing them. Since you don't like sashimi, we'll leave the salmon for now. We'll use the beef gravy to make the bamboo shoots. Reinitz pointed at the large steamer next to him that hadn't heated up yet. Gu Nianji finally gave Reinitz a thumbs up. Reinitz, you're amazing. Do you German soldiers need to learn how to cook? Reinitz pursed his lips and hid his smile. He turned around and looked at the electric frying pan in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said, when I was young, I didn't know how to cook, so I had to starve. So I learned how to cook. Gu Nianji was speechless. Did she accidentally touch on someone else's sore spot? But she still didn't completely believe Reinitz. She looked at him suspiciously. Really? Weren't you raised by Mother Hannah? I wasn't the only one Mother Hannah raised. Reinitz still didn't turn around. His voice was very calm. Didn't you say it before? Don't you know where I grew up? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. So Reinitz was really as she guessed. The Germans had adopted a few talented orphans and taught them various skills. In the end, they played a role for the country. That night, Reinitz didn't directly respond to her conjecture. Now was the first time she confirmed that her conjecture was correct. A man from the Hohenzollern royal family of Germany actually had such an experience growing up. It seemed like boys really had to be raised with hardship. Not rich or poor, but raised with hardship. Only those who suffered the most hardship could become the best. Look, aren't you doing very well now? Gu Nianji patted Reinitz's shoulder and steered the topic of conversation to the direction she was interested in. You are the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service, but you seem to know a lot about the American and Japanese intelligence. Are you guys working together? Reinitz snapped back to reality and glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Meeting her watery eyes, Reinitz actually couldn't deny it. He looked away and pursed his lips. His handsome face was very serious. Usually, when he put on such a face, the people around him, from his superiors to his subordinates, would stay away from him and not dare to provoke him. But Gu Nianji clearly wasn't afraid of him at all. She turned around and looked at him stubbornly. "Why aren't you saying anything? Did I get it right again?" Reinitz was speechless. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "Before Hong Kong contacted the Japanese, he was sure he contacted the Americans first. I don't need to tell you which organization, right?" Gu Nianji nodded vigorously. Of course, of course. Everyone on Blue Planet knows." Although Reinitz tried his best to look indifferent and angry, it was very difficult to maintain an unchanging poker face in front of Gu Nianji. The corners of his lips curved almost imperceptibly as he continued to say, "Our agency has a cooperative relationship with the United States." He finished speaking with a sneer on his face. "Actually, I shouldn't say it like that. We don't have a cooperative relationship with the United States. It should be said that they are a sovereign country, and we are a dependent country. A country that has to hand over its national defense power doesn't deserve to have a sovereign relationship." Gu Nianji didn't know how to continue. Germany was defeated and disarmed. All of Europe was under the protection of the NATO military alliance led by the United States. Of course, Germany didn't need to keep too many troops. Also, the current military forces were all infiltrated by the United States. Gu Nianji just didn't expect that even the German Federal Intelligence Service was considered a branch of the CIA, so, the United States shared information with you. Gu Nianji thought about it deeply. Why would they share it with you? Logically speaking, couldn't they just directly contact Japan? Japan also has US troops stationed there, and under the US nuclear umbrella, it's about the same status as Germany, right? Japan and Germany were both defeated countries, but Germany had deeply reflected on their war crimes. Japan had never reflected, and their textbooks had always avoided the heinous crimes they committed against the people of Asia. Reinitz was speechless by Gu Nianji's question. He should have known long ago that Gu Nianji was extremely intelligent and perceptive. She had a frighteningly sharp intuition when it came to danger and good or bad things. Reinitz had only vaguely mentioned that Hong Kong had contacts with the United States and Japan, and they knew about these contacts. She immediately questioned the German Federal Intelligence Service's position in this matter. This in itself was a loophole. Reinitz was a bit regretful. He decided not to speak to Gu Nianji for the time being until he thought it through. This girl's ability to talk to herself was also amazing. Fortunately, her voice was still very pleasant to listen to. Otherwise, it would just be noise next to them. However, Gu Nianji had agreed to cook at her house because she wanted to get information about Hong Kong. How could she let Reinitz fool her so easily? She crossed her arms and leaned against the stainless steel double-door refrigerator. Smiling, she continued to ask. "Your role in this matter isn't to act as an agent for the United States, is it? Because it was not appropriate for CIA agents to act openly in the Huaxia Empire. Reinitz and the others who visited the Huaxia Empire had a legitimate excuse to intervene. Is it like this? Hong Kong first contacted the Americans and wanted to use the things he had to surrender to them and get them to take him out. However, the Americans weren't interested in what he had. He wasn't as valuable as Bai Yuxing, so they didn't want to take such a big risk. However, the Americans also didn't want to let go of this opportunity to disgust our country, so they decided to fish in troubled waters. They asked you to help them contact the Japanese spies in the Huaxia Empire and give them the clues to see if they were interested. In the end, not only did the Japanese personally come to find Hong Kong, but they also sent all the elite frogmen of the Japanese Marine Corps to receive him. Because the Japanese were very interested in the things that Hong Kongwan had, right? Reinitz turned around abruptly and looked at Gu Ninji in disbelief. With just a few words, she had pretty much deduced the whole thing. It was the second watch. It was the third watch. It was 7:00 in the evening. Mwah. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.